The following is brought to you in part by a grant from the Foundation for White Wellbeing.
The snow falls soft, the stars shine bright. Our hearts are warm this winter night. Though shadows try to cloud the way, our spirits strong, they can't betray. The bells will ring, the joy will flow, the love of kin will only grow. This Christmas time, let it be known, the light we keep is ours alone. This Christmas won't be stolen, no, no. Our love will shine, our hearts will glow. Through every home, let cheer resound. The anti-whites won't break us down. Voices rise with bitter cries, but truth and hope outshine their lies. They'll never take what's truly ours, the bond we share, the guiding stars. So gather close, our family near. With every laugh we'll drown their sneer. The songs we sing will fill the air, a timeless joy beyond compare. This Christmas won't be stolen, no, no. Our love will shine, our hearts will glow. Through every home, let cheer resound. The anti-whites won't break us down. Let them see the strength we hold, a love more pure than any gold. Through every trial we will endure. Our joy is bright, our hearts are sure. This Christmas now won't be stolen, no, no. Our love will shine, our hearts will glow. Through every home, let cheer resound. The anti-whites won't break us down. trying to tear us apart. They throw their stones, but I've got a brave heart. I'm proud of my roots, I won't be ashamed. With fire in my soul, I'll never be tamed. They want us silent, but I'll raise my voice. With every ounce of strength, I'll make my choice. No more shadow, I'll step into the light. With pride in my blood, I'll stand and fight. No white guilt, I'll carry the flame. In this fight for our honor, I'll stake my claim. With every heartbeat, I'll stand my ground. In a world of chaos, my voice will resound. They try to erase us, rewrite the past, but the sake of our heritage is built to last. I'll shout it from the rooftops, let the truth be known. With every step I take, I'm never alone. They can't take my spirit, they can't take my pride. With my brothers beside me, I'll never hide. Together we'll rise, we'll break through the night. With courage in our hearts, we'll win this fight. No white guilt, I'll carry the flame. In this fight for our honor, I'll stake my claim. With every heartbeat, I'll stand my ground. In a world of chaos, my voice will resound. So here I stand, unyielding and proud. In the face of their hate, I'll shout it loud. No more guilt, no more chains to bind. With pride in my heritage, I'll never unwind. We'll carry the torch, we'll light up the night. In this battle for truth, we'll stand and fight. With strength in our hearts and pride in our soul, we'll rise together, we'll take control. No white guilt, I'll carry the flame. In this fight for our honor, I'll stake my claim. With every heartbeat, I'll stand my ground. In a world of chaos, my voice will resound. No white guilt, I'm proud of my name. In this world of darkness, I'll never feel shame.
When there's nothing left but the fire in my chest and the air that fills my lungs, I'll hold my tears and trade my ears for a glimpse at kingdom come. On the other side of misery, there's a world we long to see. The strife we share will take us there to relief and sovereignty. Oh, by God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home. In our own towns, we're foreigners now. Our names are spat and cursed. The headline smack of another attack, not the last and not the worst. Oh, my fathers, they look down on me. I wonder what they feel to see their noble sons driven down beneath a coward's heel. Oh, my God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. they strain to see. I struggle forth to find a friend to light the way for me. Oh, brothers, can you hear my voice, or am I all alone? If there's no fire to guide my way, then I will start my own. Oh, my God, we'll have our home again. My God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home. Oh, by God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home.
Can you hear me? We are working on the sound. Can you hear me? Hello? Hello? Lady Anglo says she can hear me. Well, we're trying to figure out the audio here at the beginning of a glorious Sunday, because it is White Wellbeing Church, Church of the West, ladies and gentlemen. Looks like we finally got it working. It is a glorious day. We're going to be talking about a former Groyper who murdered, visits Fuentes. We'll see about that. Christmas market, anti-white terror attack, a hate hoax in Tennessee, and much, much more. Thank God I didn't already read through all of this. The Go Free segment of the day, PTP, your potential to power, and a bit of a Mark Dice video that's totally epic. Your questions, comments on this, a glorious Merry Christmas, Good Yule, and Happy New Year, as we take a look at this. Mr. Ponsonby Smythe got a phone call from his wife, who was in a state of panic. "George," she sobbed, "there's a gorilla in the apple tree in the front garden." "A gorilla?" Mr. Ponsonby Smythe echoed. "Nonsense, woman. Have you been at the gin again?" "No, George," she replied. "It's a real gorilla. It must have escaped from the zoo or circus or something. It's sitting in the apple tree, growling at everyone who walks past. It's just thrown an apple at Mrs. Bell from number 23. "Did it hit her?" Mr. Ponsonby Smythe asked, then said, "No, never mind that. I'll come home straight away." He drove home, and sure enough, as he pulled into the driveway, he saw a huge, fierce gorilla in the apple tree. It spotted him and growled, then threw an apple at him. He only ducked just in time. He went into the house, where his wife was nervously looking out the window from behind the net curtain. "George, what are we going to do?" she asked. Mr. Ponsonby Smythe picked up the yellow pages. "It's simple, Miriam. There are bound to be professional people who can deal with this sort of thing." He looked up gorilla catchers, but there was only one firm listed. He dialed the number, and after a few rings, the phone was answered. "Bloggs and Wilson, gorilla catchers. Bloggs speaking." "Good afternoon. My name is Ponsonby Smythe. There's a gorilla in the apple tree in my garden, and I need you to come and catch it." Very sorry, sir," replied Bloggs. "I'm afraid Wilson is off sick at the moment, so we're unable to take on any jobs." "But this is urgent," said Mr. Ponsonby Smythe. "It's in the tree, causing a scene. I'm sure the property values are plummeting even as we speak. There must be something you can do." "Well," said Bloggs, "catching a gorilla is a two-man job. But if you're willing to fill in Wilson's role, then we should be able to pull it off." "I'll do whatever it takes," promised Mr. Ponsonby Smythe, and gave Bloggs his address. 20 minutes later, a battered transit van bearing the sign "Bloggs and Wilson, Gorilla Catchers," pulled up outside. The driver got out and went round to the back of the van. He opened the doors and brought out a very large rifle, a set of manacles, and a vicious-looking Rottweiler, which barked and snarled. The man came up to the front door and rang the bell. "Good afternoon, sir. I'm Bloggs," said the man when Mr. Ponsonby Smythe answered. "I can see the gorilla in your tree. He's a big one, isn't he? We'd best get started right away." "That's fine," said Mr. Ponsonby Smythe. "What do I have to do?" "Well," Bloggs replied, "you stand there with the manacles while I climb up in the tree. I'll wrestle with the gorilla, and I'll push him out of the tree. The instant the gorilla hits the ground, the dog is trained to leap forward and bite the ever-living hell out of his testicles. That's when he'll be distracted, and you rush forward and put the manacles on his wrists. Then I can load him into the back of the van and take him away." "I understand," said Mr. Ponsonby Smythe. "But what is the rifle for?" "That is actually the most important part of the whole operation," replied Bloggs. "If by any chance the gorilla should happen to push me out of the tree, you must immediately shoot the dog."
Oh man, this is awesome though. Whoa, yes. Man. Somebody just shot me. Somebody hit me in the back. Yeah. They're shooting. Call 911. Call 911. You want me to call 911? Not bad. Somebody's shooting. They're shooting it now. Coming out the window, the muffle, boom, but they didn't get hit. So I'm glad I got hit and no one else got hurt.
Not on Christmas. Don't shoot Santa, you know? That's bad.
Even as paramedics treated his wounds, Santa's helper stayed remarkably festive.
Ho, ho, ho!
But with Santa's helper wounded, who would lead the way? Don't you normally steal Christmas?
This year I decided to give back. My heart grew 3 times.
You didn't shoot Santa though, right?
I did not shoot Santa.
And we are going free, ladies and gentlemen. It is the Church of the West, and it is wonderful to be with all of you. It is 5 p.m. in the once great state of Virginia, across from Mordor on the Potomac, 7 in Sydney, 10 in London, midnight in Moscow. Merry Christmas. Good Yule. Happy New Year. It is wonderful to see all of you here on this, the last Church of the West before we have a Christmas and Yule. It is a glorious thing. Great to see you all. We got some interesting subjects we're going to be getting into in just a moment. If you would like to financially gift over the course of this gathering, I would like for you to do so. And you can do so over at Cash App. You can do so over at Subscribe Star. I'll be keeping my eyes on those. You can do so at the Dude Bro Moment platform, otherwise known as Entropy. You could do so at Odyssey. You could do so at Premium Rumble. You could do so at D Live, and I will be taking a look at all of these. I will also have the chats for the live chat for Twitter or X up and running the entire time, as well as Premium Rumble. And of course, YouTube, our friends, our controllers of our speech over at YouTube, because the anti-whites are so oppressed by white people, just keeping them down. It's so terrible, the white people keeping them down. If you would like to get my attention, you could do so by typing in the @ symbol, no white guilt, on any of these platforms, and I will have a look at what you have to say. The Church of the West is meant to be interactive, so I want to interact with you while we are together. Give me your questions, give me your comments, give me your thoughts, give me your opinions, and I will speak to them. It's great to see all of the heroes. Please, as you know, we are censored to high heaven because we are white people who care about white people without hating on other races of man. And we have a path to the well-being of white people that does not victimize the other races of man. And that, as you can imagine, is very objectionable to the most devious and intelligent anti-whites out there. They definitely don't want that message to reach, which is why white identity sans things like anti-Jew sentiment and etc., anti-black sentiment, which is why it gets the steepest censorship. But on top of that, we need to reach your friends, family, and strangers, because stepping out of the narrative of your life, the anti-white narrative, the narrative of all of our lives until you decide to leave, is the single most difficult thing for a human being to do, to accept the reality that it is a narrative, mostly fiction, some fictionalized reality, and to see anew that world around you. It's actually very easy to do, and we teach you exactly how to do that here. Acquired taste for those with the courage, the ability, the strength to be able to engage in it. So, what are we going to be talking about today? It's good to see everybody. I appreciate everybody shouting out immediately at the beginning here when the audio was not working. The microphone was on, but it was one of those things that happens from time to time. We see on the internet with streaming, the sound just doesn't want to come through. And since it's a one-man show, although I am the equivalent of a great many men, I can assure you of that. Since it is a one-man show, I have to do it all myself. I have to be the talent. I have to be the audio engineer. I have to be all of these things. So God bless every single one of you for the chat. I'm looking at the chat and I'm like, oh, there's no sound. And then I'm like, is there sound now? Is there sound now? And I'm making changes. And I finally get to the point where I'm singing a Is There Sound song. And it came through. Finally, it came through. Good to see everybody. What time is it where you are on this planet Earth? In fact, what day is it? Is it a good Sunday evening? Is it a good Monday morning? What time and day is it where you are on planet Earth as we begin this Sunday's White Wellbeing Church of the West, the only place where you can get healed? What's going on? Lady Anglo is here. Marilyn is here. Thunder, Lunda, Biospirit of the West. Will you speak about the national egg shortage? Eggs are now selling at $1 each. What? I just bought eggs 2 days ago. It wasn't that here yet. Wow, I'll have to pull it up. Maybe we'll have to have a look at that. And eggs becoming, how are we going to have Easter, for the love of God? Biospirit of the West, the great OT leader, is asking about that. How are we going to have Easter without eggs? Of course, also my favorite food, Spudruggers is here. Anglo-Saxon NWG, great to see champions. Misty is here. First thing we're going to talk about is the Fuentesians. A lot of people are talking about the Fuentesians and what happened recently up in Chicagoland, Illinois. Cool Papa J Magic is in the house. Good to see you. What exactly happened there? So why don't we start off with, and then we'll talk about what happened there, some of the details, and give you my opinion on what I think is potentially going on, the direction at least that I'm leaning, and then the lessons for us to draw from these sorts of things. Very important lessons, actually, to draw from these sorts of things. How do you like my Christmas cards? Henry asking, I did, and I still have yet to watch the video, but I did get the link. Thank you. The great ForNull is here. Southeast Christmas. Christmas in Southeast DC. It's a wonderful place. Guns going off. Well, Black Santa's just trying to walk the streets. Janitor of White Noirs over here on the live chat on Twitter. And what is this now? I tried to find out articles about the 8,000, the pardons that Biden is going through. Yeah, and even apparently some really egregious, violent monsters on death row are being considered. The New York, or was it Boston Marathon bomber, considering release him as well. Misty says she likes the red card. Yeah, that one's cool, isn't it? So, did you all hear about what happened to the Fuentesians, specifically their fearful leader? We talked briefly about November and what happened there and the lessons to be drawn, and we can summarize that here as well. But this past Wednesday, a young man murdered 3 people in a village in Illinois. It was Mammoth Village in Champaign, Illinois. He then drove roughly about 2 hours to Berwyn, which is a Chicago suburb, where Nick Fuentes lives in the former home of his grandparents. And he knocked on the door and he rang the doorbell, and he was holding a firearm and also carrying a crossbow, a small crossbow, which he set on the stoop there as he was waiting for Nick to come to the door. As an aside, the firearm, I think, was a target gun. It had a charging ring on the back of it, and I'm sure many of probably 100% of the people who are really into firearms got it also correct that it was a .22 caliber. And of course, Nick did not answer the door. In fact, he was streaming at the time and didn't know what was going on. But he has another guy who lives with him, who is the producer of his show. And this person saw this guy at the front door, whose name is John Lyons. Is that right? And called the police. John, the murderer from Mammoth Village, then walked around back of Nick's former grandparents' home where Nick is living, tried the back door, tried a side door, walked into the backyard. And as he's walking around, the police show up out front where John had parked his car. And as he's walking back toward the front of the house, the cop yells at him. He takes off running. He takes off running and jumps a couple of fences, gets to a neighbor's house, and the neighbor has 2 pit bulls, and John shoots them both dead, breaks into the neighbor's house. The neighbor comes into the basement, and a father and husband, and John begins shooting at him, and somehow he misses every shot. Maybe he meant to, maybe he didn't. The father runs, obviously calls the police. John then exits that home, runs back toward where Fuentes lives, maybe to get his automobile, which was just parked right out in front of Fuentes' house. Perhaps also his backpack, which had all of his personal information in it. He had carried that up to the door as well. Driver's license. Why didn't he leave that stuff in the car? I don't know. But he had brought all of that up with him, and he had dropped it when he had fled from the authorities. And then he ran back, as I say, and he ran right into the waiting arms of law enforcement, where they ordered him to surrender, and he fired off 2 rounds with his .22 caliber target gun, and then the police shot him dead with 2, probably from a 9mm. I imagine they're carrying up in Chicago. And it killed him. He didn't die on the scene, but he died either on the way to the hospital or at the hospital. So that's like the overview of what happened. I want to say that first of all, to be very sensitive about this, that I can sympathize with what Fuentes probably felt, feels. I faced death 3 times from unthinking, irrational monsters. 2 of them were a gun pointed right at my heart from 6 inches away during 2 different muggings in Washington, D.C. at night. And you all might remember. On the the first one, I had to walk like 30 feet, where the muggers could have gone ahead and shot me dead as I walked away, as well as, point blank range. And then the third time, when three wonderful diversities, as all of these were diversities, they attempted to carjack me. If you remember, I've shared the story before. And the carjacker diversity with the firearm was literally right above me. And I had to take my eyes, and he kept saying, if you remember, that I'm going to kill you, white MFer. I'm going to kill you. Stop right there. They wanted me to wait. He wanted to hold me at gunpoint and wait for his two other buddies to come running up from the side, because he couldn't cross the chain link fence with razor wire on the top of it that was separating us. And I knew that as I walked, and I'm just giving the synopsis of it because it's not about this, but I knew, though, that I at least had a chance to maybe try to move away from the shooting while I could see him getting ready to pull the trigger. But I had to take my eye off of the firearm to unlock the car door. Old school style, key into the lock, fiddle with the thing. So 3 times. I know what that's like. And of course, also, you all know that my father was shot in the back in the district while working by a couple of diversities, a couple of anti-white diversities in Washington, D.C. So I'm not being insensitive to the emotions that can be engendered when somebody is coming to, or potentially coming to, finish you off. All right. It's also a serious matter in that doxing has to be addressed in the United States. Will it? It won't, because it works for anti-whites. I've been doxed. I am me. I'm out there, but the address that people think I live at and work at and phone number and all of this has been doxed several times. Interestingly enough, not by anti-whites, but by anti-Jews. So that's a very interesting kind of a curveball there. Many times they have shared what they believe to be home and work address and phone numbers. The anti-Jews have. So interesting. And of course, swatting is like an element of this as well. So what are some of the details of this? John Lyons lived in and grew up in and lives, as far as we know, if he is, by the way, let me make sure, just to clarify again, this is the alleged murderer. Alleged. Believed strongly, but alleged. Grew up in and lived in Westchester, which is a mere 30 minutes from where Fuentes lives. John, also a Catholic, also a private Catholic school. The school was called Fenwick. Also in the band. Also played the euphonium, all just like Fuentes. John was 24 years old. He was antisocial by all appearances, and he looks it. He traveled for some reason, we don't know, but I have a feeling, this past Wednesday, down to Mahomet Village, Champaign, Illinois, where he murdered Janice Mason, and she was 61. Her daughter, Sarah Mason, 26, and her son, and perhaps this is the connection, Caleb Mason, 23 years of age. He then, as I said, traveled 2 hours, showed up at Fuentes' house, knocked, rang the doorbell, called out, "Hey, Nick," while he was standing outside with a miniature crossbow. Not a micro crossbow, but a miniature one, a small one. And it wouldn't do you any good, let me tell you, if you were shot with it. And a target pistol, 22 caliber target pistol. That's what it looks like to me. And I have a picture, we'll show that. In fact, let me go ahead and show you John Lyons, the alleged murderer of the 3 individuals I just named. There he is. He kind of looks a little bit like Fuentes, doesn't he? So he traveled back toward home, Westchester, and stopped at Fuentes' house, where he knocked on the door, walked around back, tried the side door. Curiously, he didn't try to break in. Let's see, we have a couple of other pictures here, I believe. This is what is believed to be an image of John Lyons with what I think, and my gun people can jump in and help me out here. Is this not a 22 caliber target, probably a Ruger target weapon? You can see this ring here on the back, which is vertical instead of horizontal. When I see charging rings, they're usually horizontal, but it appears to be vertical here. Can my gun people maybe chime in? It ended up being a 22 caliber, so I was right about that. This is Caleb. Caleb lost his life on Wednesday night when John was down at his home. And here he is again, John Lyons. At first blush, he appears to be a maybe less than social, less than affable, less than hanging out with the in groups, the in cliques. And so my guess is that he is awkward at best, antisocial at worst. Perfect example of the Groypers. Perfect example of the white Groypers. 24, Catholic, awkward, band nerd, just like Fuentes, even played the same instrument. So here's my guess about what happened. Is that John was a Groyper, and he was probably, I'm not sure, don't know yet, but this is the direction I'm leaning, sexually attracted to Fuentes. Had a boyfriend. I'm not saying this is 100%. Down in Muhammad Village. And something happened there. And he ended up killing this family. But then why go to Fuentes' house? Well, I looked this up. Fascinating thing about people who obsess and idealize folks. They have the ability to turn on them and be as hate-filled toward them as they had obsessed and worshipped them. And of course, a psychologist could speak to this more completely. But I did pull this up. People who once idolized a celebrity might turn to hating them because of a disconnect between the carefully curated public persona they projected and their real-life actions, which can be perceived as hypocritical or morally flawed, leading to disillusionment and then to a strong negative reaction, often amplified by the high expectations set by the initial idealization. This can be further fueled by feelings of betrayal, as well as personal insecurities, etc. Looks like John Lyons here had some insecurities to me. Again, I'm just speculating. I'm just leaning this direction at this moment with the amount of information we have. The odds that a 24-year-old private school Catholic, Fenwick Catholic High School, not the same high school as Fuentes, but this is the Groyper army. This is who they are. Everyone knows this. If they're going to be white, this is who they are. The odds that he would be, without any other evidence coming in about him being a radical anti-white, and we'll talk about that possibility in just a moment, are much smaller that he is a 24-year-old Catholic private school band euphonium playing radical anti-white who decided that he was going to kill Fuentes. The odds are much higher, as I see it, that he was one of the Groypers who became disillusioned with Fuentes, had an unrelated altercation with, maybe he's heterosexual, so maybe it was Sarah and not Caleb. But either way, had an unrelated fight, and this antisocial, potentially violent, apparently person murders these people. Probably the other two were just because they were there, so he murdered them as well. And then seeing that he's not going to be able to survive this, he's going to go to prison for the rest of his life. Maybe he doesn't want to go to prison for the rest of his life. He doesn't want to live anymore. Maybe he went down to Muhammad because he thought to himself, he had been, whoever it was had broke up with him. And as far as his antisocial self was concerned, that was the end of the world. Maybe it was his first lover in his life. So the world had already ended, and he already had this break from the idealization of Nick Fuentes. So after killing the lover and the lover's family, then decides to go and, with the last acts of life, take out the individual that he had previously idealized. Now, apparently there's some pussy in the chat that says that my take here, which is obvious and clear to intelligent, normal individuals, is a loser take. Who is that? Is it JB from Florida? Is that the pussy in the live chat? We're going to talk about the lessons for us, for those who actually want to do something, unlike this livid pussy. For those of us who actually want to do something to end the victimization of Western kind. Because If we don't, no one will. The lessons are everywhere from both this incident and November's incident for those who actually want to make a difference in the world. Because you could head down this path. And how many do you think will speak out? I mean, that's kind of one of the lessons, isn't it? How many are going to speak out when you'll end up, and speaking out means speaking out like Fuentes, when that means you're going to end up having a psychotic person show up at your house, potentially to kill you? Well, very few, especially among the selfishly individualistic white race. SN says the quality of the screen is blurry. Is it blurry for anybody else? Why you want to attack Nick? Keep tearing others down. Where have I attacked Nick in this particular stream? No, I think it's Muhammad, not Muhammad. SN. I guess JB in Florida is maybe too busy huffing on Fuentes to answer my question. So I think that's much more likely. I think the evidence will show itself to be the case. The signal from the camera seems blurry. All right, well, let's try to do this. Is the avatar blurry? Was the avatar blurry? Is avatar is fine, but the signal from the camera is blurry, you say? You think it is all right. Let me do this. Give me a moment. No change, I assume. Give me a moment, and I will be right back. I'll see if I can make a change here and if it will fix things.
Exactly what people think, and this is extremely dangerous to our democracy.
Drowning in the argument, the anti-white says. What exactly is anti-white? You have got to be animated with the righteous passion of reclaiming our destiny. We are the heroes of this era. How about now? Are we blurry now? Maybe you all are just drinking too much. How about now? Let me know if it's blurry now. Thunder drinking. The Jason is back. JB in Florida, I did not say that he was in a three-way sexual relationship. At no point. This is what happens when you are so focused on idealizing an individual, he is not going to save you. Just because he can remember more negative things about Jews than you can doesn't mean he's going to save the white race. In fact, quite the opposite. He's harmful to the process that we engage in for the actual recapture of our destiny. All right, Ivan says it's no longer blurry. Is that what ForNull is seeing? Bit rate, maybe. I don't know. We shut it down and fired it back up. Papa J Magic says he thinks it's, but ForNull has higher tech. That's the thing. So anyhow, no, I was not saying that Fuentes. I doubt Fuentes even knew how many of the Groypers, and actually, does he actually know? And that leads me to one of the possibilities of the flipping from idealizing Fuentes to wanting him dead. And that is, if you take somebody like John Lyons, who clearly looks to be really socially inept, and he begins idealizing this guy that's just 2 years older than him, like so many of the rest of these Fuentesians, just idealizing, literally cult-like. The leader can do no wrong. It doesn't matter if he goes out on a date with a guy. It does all of these different things that happen. None of it. Assaulting an old lady, an old obese lady, no problem. But you take this guy, and Fuentes is known for burning down his most ardent followers. They write in and they'll say X, Y, or Z, and then Fuentes will burn them down acerbically, mocking and ridiculing them for their stupidity. And there's this person being supportive, not attacking Fuentes, being supportive, saying that they like him, saying that they agree with him. They share a little bit of opinion. They're giving him money at the same time. And then he's like, that's the dumbest thing I've ever heard. Why are you so stupid? Why do I have to read these super chats as you're paying him? So now I want you to imagine that this antisocial, very sensitive, of probably many things about himself he's insecure about. He finally gets together the courage to send a few dollars to Fuentes. He writes a little something. Fuentes burns him down. I'm not saying that this happened, but this is what Fuentes is known for. He is known to do this every single stream. What now happens to John Lyons? If we're saying that John Lyons was a Fuentesian, and I think the evidence points that direction at the moment. If I were the detective on this case, that's where I would be going first. I would be looking for his involvement, his participation, if I were the detective on this case. So, potentially Fuentes burns him down, and his fanatical love and adoration, just like JB in Florida is showing, will go to war against anyone criticizing Fuentes. Will just go to fucking war against the person. Suddenly turns to the inverse. And psychology says that happens. Psychology says that these fanatical followers like this, these blind followers, can go from pure, unadulterated defending and loving the leader who abuses them to the exact opposite, wanting them dead. And if that indeed, we're speculating here, happened with John Lyons after he ends up killing his lover, whether it's Caleb or Sarah, whoever it is, after he ends up killing his lover and their family, this antisocial, insecure murderer decides it's the end of his life and he might as well go take out that guy who lives just 30 minutes away from home. Although, I'll point out also, he was mighty nice about Fuentes' house. Why didn't he try to break in? I wonder. I'm not saying he wasn't there to kill Fuentes, but why didn't he try to break in? He's walking around politely trying to get into the house. But it's a curious thing for a murderer. Maybe he was torn. Maybe he was ambivalent when he finally got to the house of his fixation. So what am I saying? I'm saying that this guy was a susang. I'm saying that this was a parasocial relationship. I'm saying that if he didn't have a literal shrine to Fuentes, he probably had a figurative one. This is the direction I'm leaning. If new evidence comes out that says that's not the case, then I will evaluate it, and maybe that'll take me in a different direction. But you see here from JB in Florida, the behavior of the Fuentesians and why so many people hate Fuentes and the whole Fuentesian movement. This is why so many people hate them. Because you can't even speculate about a case without sucking him off, without having these Fuentesians, these gay Groypers show up and say, "How dare you not suck him off?" Fuentes is a bane for white well-being. Bottom line. He had value before he became megalomaniacal and started to think that he was going to lead some revolution composed of the likes of these people. These are his revolutionary fighters. So, parasocial relationship, this guy thinks this guy has some relationship with Fuentes that Fuentes never even knows about. He becomes a sasang, a Korean word from that K-pop phenomenon. Maybe Fuentes burns him down. Maybe the news of Fuentes he finally finds inconsistent and he decides, he does that flip that psychology tells us about. Decides he hates Fuentes. And then after killing his lover, and the information is online for where Fuentes lives, the guy decides that'll be his last act. Maybe that's what it was. What are the lessons for us? Well, starts with November, doesn't it? Marla Rose, 57-year-old, obese, out of shape, Jewess, shows up at Fuentes' house, and I said she should be prosecuted for that, for doxing him, not showing up. She's allowed to do that. If there is no trespassing sign, she's allowed to walk up to the front door and ring the door. That's why Fuentes is being prosecuted. Just like I said, even if at the door there was a sign that said no solicitation, Marla Rose, the anti-white, wasn't going to Fuentes' door to sell him anything. She was going up to Fuentes' door to give him a piece of her mind. But before we finish with that, and we'll get on to the Christmas Day massacre, we can get by the anomalies with the glitches and etc. on the stream. Before we get to that, let's point out, what are the lessons, what are really relevant for us? What are the lessons from what happened this past Wednesday? Well, if John was actually anti-white and he decided after he killed his lover that he was going to go and murder Fuentes for the good of anti-whites and anti-whiteism and etc. By the way, all the Fuentesians are saying that this guy is a Jew. I don't know. Lyons, I think, is Irish, but he's not Jewish at all. This is how fixated, this is how brain rotted they are from the anti-Jew soy goying. That's what happens. Let's say he's anti-white. What are the lessons there for us? If he's anti-white, he goes to Fuentes' house to kill him, because when you play the villain in the anti-white narrative, you paint a giant target on your back. And what do you do when the first part of that, when you play the villain in the anti-white narrative? You legitimize the anti-white narrative, and therefore everything within it. You legitimize, therefore, especially when you are playing that villain, that non-white people, the claim, and you're making the claim that non-white people have to be harmed for you to be well, for your people to be well. That's one of the most destructive elements of the anti-white narrative. But when you play the villain, you legitimize that. When you play the villain, you legitimize all of the claims that everyone has learned over the course of their lives and continued in countless iterations to be browbeaten with. You legitimize all of that. What does that do for the rest of us? That victimizes the totality of our people. When you play the villain, you victimize the totality of our people. When you play the villain in their story, you make it harder for white people to come together as a single people and defend ourselves and put an end to the victimization. And you do that in various ways. You cause more white people to be directly victimized by psychopathic anti-whites who are saying, oh, this is revenge. Look at this anti-white villain in the real world. What do you do when you are playing the villain to yourself? You paint a target on yourself. You say, hey, look at me. I'm the villain in your story. I am all the evil. These people even talk about each other saying, well, he's kind of racist. He's really racist. He's kind of, actually using the verbiage, the terminology, totally legitimizing every element. And they're too stupid to know that they are legitimizing every element. They don't even care, a lot of them, because they're just so selfish. It's just about being this dysfunctional, socially dysfunctional, and wanting to get back at society. That's what it's all about. There's your boy right there. Does he look like the life of the party? This one right here with the red tie. Does he look like the life of the party? You put a target on yourself. So when Fuentes plays the villain and he has thousands of these young guys, and the white ones are the ones I'm concerned about, he gets thousands of them deciding they're going to play the villain too. What do they end up having to do? Well, you see what happens to Fuentes when he plays the villain. The anti-whites readily see him. Anti-whites at various levels in society can decide, I want to take action against him with whatever power or resources or whatever I have. So there is no giant, like, top-down anti-white sitting on top of the pyramid saying, oh boy, look at this person playing the villain in our story. Let's debank and let's do all of these different things, trickle it all down, every aspect of their lives. That's not how it works. Anti-whites are everywhere in society. And when they can see you playing the villain in their story, they will victimize you. So that might mean your neighbor who's anti-white. That might mean the person running the social media network. That might mean the teller at the bank. Everywhere you go. So for somebody like Fuentes, who's making a lot of money, who's getting a lot of positive attention from thousands of people, who is being praised for intelligence and etc., as being praised as the leader and the best, getting whatever sex out of it that he can get out of it, sexual gratification out of it, whatever it is. For somebody like him, that's worth it. Because he's saying, and then once he's actually done it, by the way, then there's no going back. He's got to keep playing the villain. He's got to keep playing the villain to keep those resources coming in, to keep those opportunities coming in. But what about all the followers? When they see this happening to Fuentes, and what about all of the others out there, all the other normal white people who are watching the West be burnt down around us, and they say to themselves, what is there out there for me to do to resist this? And they look at Fuentes, who's claimed to be outrageously a white supremacist, a white identitarian, none of the above. He didn't care about white people at all. He doesn't put white people first. He puts Fuentes first. All the evidence is there for you. What do all the people say to themselves? I've got to hide my power level. I've got to not let anybody know. Because if people know that I'm actually the villain, and I've seen this for decades I've watched this. If people know that I'm the villain in this anti-white narrative, well, I'll lose the girlfriend. I'll lose the boyfriend. I'll lose the family. I'll lose the job. I'll be thrown out of school. I'll be given unfair, terrible grades just because of my villain role playing. And so they all say it. They hide their power level. They've always had these little terms for how. What's the problem with that? The problem with that is that if we're going to recapture our destiny, it means that all of us have to win the conversation about white well-being everywhere, all day, every circle of our life. We all have to win the conversation. There can't be hiding power levels. There can't be, well, wait until a few of us. I actually saw a clip of Fuentes saying, well, maybe a handful of us will become, I think he called it 100 millionaires. It's centimillionaires, 100 millionaires, and then we'll be able to do something. You want to bet? Because there are 100 millionaires right now. In fact, there are lots of white centimillionaires out there. And there are even more white decamillionaires. And you know what? None of them are showing up because their wealth, their businesses, everything can be destroyed overnight. That's just another wish hoping. You're just wish listing. I hope that some of us become millionaires and then can do something. A wish isn't going to get us anything. It never has. It never will. So the ultimate lesson to learn from this, it's two elements from John Lyons, whatever his motivation, whatever he was going to actually do. The first is when you play the villain, you make real the anti-white narrative. You literally walk off the Hollywood set and make it real in the real world. That's number one, which harms all of us. Number two, when you play the villain, you paint a target on your back, which results in you deciding to conceal your villainy, except in those circles where you all hide out and you hope that nobody comes and turns the lights on. And the problem with that is that we don't need you hiding in your friend circle, your family circle, your in-laws circle, your work circle, your sports circle, your school circles. We need you winning the conversation for white well-being like we do here. Not hiding. We need you winning. Huge lesson. How right have I been all along? So, and why? And this is so disgusting that I do this for other people. I do this for our race. I do it for the individuals out there that I have, for whatever reason, we're cursed with caring about, because they don't give a shit about me. They don't give a flying shit about me. And we saw that all of my doxing came from the anti-Jew soy goys, not even from the anti-whites, not even from the balaclava wearing ones. And they have the information. But not even they went that low. So, last month, and this is where we wrap up on this and we get talking about the anti-whiteism, anti-white terrorism in Germany, which is last month a Jewish woman by the name of Marla Rose, who is anti-white. I only mention that she's Jewish because that's what matters to all of these other people out there, the way that she was born. By the way, folks, you're never going, and a hero just said this the other day on Twitter from our community, you're never going to end our victimization by condemning Jews for being born Jews. You're only going to end our victimization by condemning anti-whites for being anti-white. You go out there and you want to point out anti-white Jews all the time, they're anti-white. You're never going to end our victimization by condemning Jews for being Jews. I tell you, a better white race is going to come along after this garbage white race. And they're going to look to this community and they were going to say, they are the progenitors. Theirs were the seminal work. They were the actual heroes. So Marla Rose shows up to Fuentes' house to do what? To give him a piece of her mind because she's an anti-white POS. And she should. Unfortunately, in Illinois, I think it's only a misdemeanor is what I looked up when this happened in November for doxing someone. It should be a felony. In fact, let's make it a felony. Let's make it retroactive for about 5 years. And then we'll go back and we'll arrest everybody who doxed me. Everybody who thought they were sharing my information. Let's arrest them as well. So she shows up at the house. And now, granted, I sympathize with Fuentes having to deal with people showing up at his house. But let me tell you something. He also brings that onto himself. I have gone out of my way. I want you to hear this clearly. I have gone out of my way to live my life that make decisions, sometimes where I have had to really eat my pride so that I could have and make sacrifices so that I could have a life as untroubled as possible so that I could do as much as possible for my people. So it's a decision as an adult that you make. So I sympathize with just the people showing up, mailing feces or whatever has been mailed, whatever has been done. I can sympathize with that being really annoying. But you also have to ask, how did it come to this? And we talked about it a moment ago. Donning the ideas, the clothing, the language, etc. of the villain in our victimizer's story. And I can't help that the rest of you are too fucking dumb to understand this. But I in this community have been around decades telling you with something that works. So Marla Rose shows up and Nick decides he's going to throw a tantrum. He's going to swing the door open, spray allegedly mace in her face, and then allegedly shove her down concrete steps. A 57-year-old, obese, out of shape woman. pathetic. It's so disgusting that the classlessness of white people has reached, no white people should be talking about they're better than anybody else. Give me a break. To attack this thing. And of course he's going to be charged. And you think that's the worst of it. Here's the lesson. And we're going to move on. With Marla Rose, same lesson as far as legitimizing the anti-white narrative and therefore harming all of our people, affirming it in the real world, playing its villain. Absolutely. Same thing as far as hiding the power level, not able to talk about what you know, when victory is only going to be possible by winning every conversation. All of us winning every conversation. Not a position, not hero hoping, not some if we get enough money, not some if you'll never win. There isn't enough money on planet Earth. They print it, dip. There isn't no political party anywhere in the West. This is it. This is how they defeated us. Here's the biggest lesson. When the police officer, the body cam footage came out, and again, the Fuentesians, they shrug because it is a cult. It's just whatever the leader does is good. Of course, the danger of the cult is that some of those people might turn on the leader, decide to kill him. They take Fuentes on the side of the house, and people are praising Fuentes for handling the police appropriately and then saying that, yep, that's how you do it. You don't say anything. Except he talked his ass off. He said several times he's not going to give an interview and then proceeded to talk his ass off, saying something that I predicted for you when I went down to, if Yiz is here right now, what year was that first picnic? I think it was your second picnic that I went to. What year was that? Because that's when I did the stream and told you all that if you get your advice for how to recapture our destiny from someone who is physically a coward, from someone who cannot physically defend themselves, from a coward, an actual coward. If you get your advice from somebody like that, then you are going to fail every single time in every single encounter, because the coward's basis is all cowardly parlays or parrying, cowardly parrying of every accusation. I told you all that years ago. You need your advice must come from someone who can not only physically defend themselves, but isn't reckless. So you can go out there and find somebody who could fight their ass off, but is dumb and reckless and violent. You don't want your advice from them. You have to have a man of the West. You have to have somebody who can physically defend himself, articulate the plan for you, but who is also intelligent and who has been engaged and subtle and who has been engaged in the fight for many, many years. Because then you're going to be equipped with the stances that you have to take to win that conversation. If you get your advice from a coward, you're not going to be able to replicate those cowardly parries. Like, I didn't really mean it. It's a joke. I'm not really that. We actually agree. That's what a coward does. And that's exactly what Fuentes did. Because when the cops said that Marla Rose said he was a white supremacist, Fuentes said, no, I'm Mexican. How many of you all are going to be able to get out of trouble saying, nope, I'm Mexican? Oh, you shared an opinion that is right out of the mouths of the villains in the anti-white narrative, and now your principal has called you, now your dean has called you, now your manager, now your boss, now your foreman, now your wife, now your buddy from the lodge, the president at the lodge, calls you down. Are you going to be able to say, I didn't really mean it, I'm Mexican? And then, because the cop probably had a look of disbelief on his face, Nick followed that up with, my last name is Fuentes. Are you going to be able to take that cowardly way out? And these small-minded twits online, they're saying things like, well, what was he supposed to say? We know exactly what he was supposed to say. Was he supposed to red pill the cop? Obviously, no. It's not just a police officer. That's everybody, as I just ran through, in your life that is going to confront you on the opinions that come right out of the mouths of the villains in the anti-white narrative. You're not going to be able to say, you're just Mexican. You didn't really mean it. It was a joke. Do you have the personality and the face and the diminutive size to say, oh, no, wait, I didn't actually mean that? And then keep your job? And then keep your wife? And then not get expelled from school? You need to be able to win those conversations. If the police officer or principal and guess what? I've handled the exact same conversation many times over the course of my life. Never had to cowardly retreat. Never tried. I mean, you know why they say, they're like, well, what did you expect him to red pill? That's impossible. No shit. It's impossible to convince a police officer or a judge or a jury or a president of your lodge or your boss or whatever that they should all hate Jews. They should all hate blacks. No shit, that's impossible. I mean, these people are trapped in the trap of, to a degree, their making and their adoption right from the anti-white narrative. They are trapped. Well, I'm not going to be able to talk him into hating Jews. What did you expect Fuentes to say other than, what do you mean, what did I expect? How do you not immediately disavow your leader that under pressure responds like this? Unbelievable. What's the appropriate response? What if your boss says to you, hey, you know what? Mary down in accounting said that she thinks you're a white supremacist. That's an anti-white slur, Bob. Mary must be anti-white as all hell because I treat everyone of every background the exact same way. No one in my worldview should be discriminated against, persecuted, etc., on the basis of their birth. But I vehemently stand against anti-whiteism because that discriminates, persecutes, and exploits white people on the basis of our birth. Now, a man just told you how to handle it, and it works. And it's worked for me literally scores of times. I could be hyperbolic and say hundreds or thousands of times. Literally scores and scores and scores of times. That is how a man handles it. That is how a man of the West behaves. So you can be and people in this community have shared their testimonials from all walks of life about how it has worked for them. Or you can hold repugnant views, be immoral, know that you're immoral, so that when the authority whether it's a boss, a president, a judge, a police officer, whatever it is, says to you, are you a white supremacist? Are you a neo-Nazi? You'll know how to respond. Now, technically, when it comes to a police officer, here's what you say. I've said it before. Fuentes did not do a good job. He was ugly. He was angry. He was mean. He kept saying, I'm not going to give you an interview, and then fell for this donut-eating cop who was like, okay, I understand that. Let's just have a conversation about it, which is exactly what Fuentes said he didn't want to have. And yet he went ahead and talked about it. This is what you say. Big smile on your face. Big smile to law enforcement. Always polite, big smile. I am happy to speak with you through my attorney. May I have your information? They say again, okay, well, look, I know, I understand you don't want to talk about this, and I'm just trying to get your side of the story. I got her side. Now I want your side of what happened here. Oh, that's wonderful. I'm happy to speak with you through my attorney. Can I please have your card? Okay, yeah, I'll have to get one of those, but I just got done talking with her, and so I just wanted to see from you what really happened here today. And I am happy to tell you through my attorney. So can I please have your card? Now what makes its way is special body cam footage from a police officer. I mean, back in the day, there wasn't body cam, and in many places there still aren't body cam. But especially on a body cam where the jury can see you and you are polite, and because that's your normal nature, and you are very eager and happy to talk about what happened through your attorney. No one is going to blame you for wanting to talk through your attorney. So he didn't do, obviously, as bad as a person could do. It could get a lot worse. I give him a C-. I give him a C. Don't say I plead the fifth. I'm not saying anything. Don't do any of that. You're just asking to tarnish yourself, to poison the well with a jury and a judge later on. And what does it mean? Well, the consequences for you, if you are in Fuentes' shoes, is that you lose the right to own a firearm. You lose the right to self-defense. You lose the right to self-defense at a time when you should be really practicing your right to self-defense, because people are showing up maybe to give you a piece of their mind, maybe to try to shoot you. You have to, it's not, let me just say this. All of this, it's not fair bullshit goes nowhere. I'm tired of hearing it's not fair for decades. I'm tired of hearing people say that the courts won't give you your guns back, even though you and your family have death threats. That's not fair. We need to win, not complain like children. I'm sorry that I and the people in this community have to be the only adults in the room. So those are the lessons. Don't get your advice for how to recapture our destiny from somebody who is physically a coward. He obviously has enough intelligence. He's too self-centered as well, though. Don't get your advice for how to recapture our destiny from a coward, because all of his decisions are informed by that weak body and that cowardice. All of them. You should have a checklist, and we're going to move on from this, but you should have a checklist for where you're going to get your advice. And one of the first things should be, has this guy actually defended himself with his fists? Has this guy actually fought people? What do I know about him? And I'm not talking about the ring. Forget about a sport. I don't care if it's boxing or ultimate fighting. That's a game. That should be the first thing. And then, is he mature? Is he intelligent? Does he have a subtle, intelligent mind? Everything else, you're just academics. In fact, there's that saying, it's not going to come back to me, about letting, your academics be your leaders. And that's like, it's just cowardice. You're just going to get cowardice. Same thing with businessmen, just cowardice. People who will cut the throats of the weakest in order to enrich themselves. We need leaders who are actual warriors. And by that, I don't mean the current crop of colonels and generals and admirals and all these clowns, because they've been playing politics with anti-whiteism in the military for generations. I'll take a look at what you all have to say. I want to get on to, but all of this totally predictable by yours truly. Exactly what I said when it came to following the advice of a coward. I'm Mexican. I couldn't imagine considering myself a thought leader, a content creator for people, and then advising them to respond in a cowardly way that the vast majority of them would not be able to reproduce. It's the same thing when it comes to female content creators. Every female can surrender in the face of aggression, in the face of authority, and be given grace by the authority. Every female can. So are you going to listen to a female content creator, a thought leader who's claiming to be a leader of men, and get your advice for how to behave there? What happens most of the time with female content creators and leaders is they will tell you advice that is so reckless, you will end up in jail forever. Why is that? Because it doesn't matter how disrespectful and reckless a female can be. At the last minute, she can always say, I surrender, throw herself on her back, legs wide open, and she can be given pardon. You can't. Let me see what y'all are saying. High Speed Drifter is here. Max and Rob, what do you think of some simple training videos, like OSHA videos, with common MPs and MCs? That's a great idea, and toyed with that a little bit in the past. I made some shorts to see if they would end up being watched more, pertinent ones, to see if they would end up being watched more than the longer videos. None of them ever were. So I can do that with more of a view to just empowering those who are here, rather than trying to get more views and bring more people in, because it's not going to work. The YouTube speech controllers and content controllers are never, across these platforms, same thing. They're never going to let it fly. And especially on X. But yeah, that's a great idea for those of us who are here. Train up everybody who are here to do great in their lives. Samuski says, Clips is going to be all over the last 5 minutes of this clip. Appreciate it. Yeah, he's a genius. AOC is with us. I will always listen to No White Guilt. Thank you. I appreciate that. I mean, don't I have a legacy of people doing well in their lives and better in their lives? How many testimonials do you actually have to see? You don't see a single fucking testimonial about, well, my whole life was improved elsewhere. Not a single one. Here we literally have thousands. Proud Boys were fighters, and many of them are in jail now. Be careful, I would say. High Speed Drifter. Yeah, that anybody in the Proud Boys, great example of people who are brawn, no brains. And not even all of them are brawn. But the ones who are the fighters, they just no brain whatsoever. So you don't want to follow that advice either. Okay, Rob, Max and Rob says, I do mean for us. Yeah. Okay, cool, great. You're hitting right on the right note then. If you spend a few hours with Fuentes, what would you tell him? Asks Nexus Moon. It wouldn't matter what I told him. It wouldn't matter. He really is has an arrogance born out of an audience that was ready-made for him when it all started with Alsop, James Alsop. And James Alsop's audience was one of many channels that it was just a fluke. YouTube wasn't censoring people, and they were still recommending. It wasn't as good as it used to be, but still recommending people who were talking about things that you were interested in, that they could determine by way of your clicks. His audience went up in the hundreds of thousands. And remember Alsop, though, he came up with the grand idea that I said was foolish. Don't do it. I've watched it fail many times. I've been in the Republican circles, that we're going to take over the Republican Party. He can't be blamed, Alsop, for coming up with an idea if he didn't know from others that it wouldn't work. But what ended up happening, I was attacked by rafts of people for saying it won't work. It's a bad idea. Here's how it won't work. And then what happened? It didn't work. What happened? Alsop was thrown out of his little local Republican whatever, thrown completely out with great disgrace. But Fuentes showed up there, immediately had a large audience. Fuentes would not do, I want you to think about this for a second. I will come and talk with you all. After decades of doing this, I will come and talk with goddamn 60 of you on a Wednesday night for the white race, for each of you individually, so that you can live a better life, so that you can up your power level, so that your family can be safe, so that your children can be safe, so that your community may be, and then promulgate this to the circles that you circulate in to improve the well-being of our people. I'll show up with 60 of you. And I've been doing that for years. How many are here now? Fuentes would not do a single day with 60 people. That I can promise you. So, if I could tell him anything, it would be go back to your show and your persona before Patriots Day, probably even a year before that, when you were still funny, when it wasn't lame, when it wasn't two-dimensional, when you were just mocking and ridiculing the alternative cuckservative movement, Big Con Inc. Go back to that. Go back to being the Johnny Carson of the internet, late night internet. Go back to doing that, making folks laugh, telling a joke, and give up this megalomaniacal idea. Stop talking about yourself with Jesus Christ. Stop acting like you are on the same level as Donald Trump, Jesus Christ. All of this speaks to a megalomaniacal opinion of oneself. You're not taking over anything. You're only going to harm our people with this and yourself. And you know damn well and good he's not going to listen to it. I remember when Collett tried to give Fuentes some advice, And Fuentes acerbically burnt Colic to the ground. And what was the basis of it? Do you all even remember? That Fuentes has more money and more viewers. How dare Colic tell me, Nick Fuentes, what to do and how to do things, when look at the amount of money I bring in and how many audience members I have. Is that really what's being measured? I thought we were supposed to be doing something that benefits white people. Isn't that who we're supposed to care about? Or is that just a pretext? Mestizo Carf says, Nick also pulled the Mexican card when being confronted about white supremacy. Yeah, you probably wrote that before I said it. Yeah, him saying, I'm Mexican. I cannot imagine having discovered Go Free and not wanting, after practice, to take it public. If you can listen, think, and speak, you do yourself a disservice for not doing that. Exactly. The great ForNull said 100% to something. Jay Bishop is here. Tor Hund is here. Anglo-Saxon and WG is here. The lessons are, do not idealize people who have ideologies you espouse just because you think you are on the same page with them. When you discover you're not, bad things happen, writes Samuski. So true. Red Dog is here. JB says he's not even a huge Nick supporter. He said that the reason he said it was an L take is because he thought that I was saying, which I wasn't saying at all, that there was a love triangle. JB says, to clarify, let's make sure we have JB right on this. He says he doesn't think that Nick is God, but people always coming at him for speaking out and making snide comments about his sexuality, just like you just did. Did I talk about Nick's sexuality? I didn't say there was a love triangle, and I didn't even insinuate that. I did imply that there's a possibility that John Lyons is attracted to guys and that he was potentially in a relationship with Caleb Mason. But he could have also been in a relationship with Sarah Mason. Well, it sounds like to me, JB, is that you are on the qui-vive for anybody criticizing Fuentes. And so you jumped to some conclusions based on previous encounters, people talking about his sexuality and other criticism of Fuentes. You know what? If that is the case, then I wonder how furiously you go to war against people criticizing me, like Fuentes. Hyperborean Dream is here. Good to see you. Stumbling is here. And as we're going to talk now about this Christmas market anti-white terroristic attack, we have to ask ourselves, once again, Has the anti-Jew soy goying direction, ideology, movement, has it been in place? Is it brand new? Are you trying something novel? Or has that been in place for many generations? Many, many generations. And if so, if it's been in place for many, many generations, and now we've gotten to the point that we see the kind of insane news, the total, I mean, you could take an anti-white terrorist and drive through murdering white people left and right and drive through it. We can get to this point and the whole establishment is like, yeah, we'll put up a few more concrete barriers. How? Thought your method was so successful. Everybody's got to do it or they need to be slandered and doxxed and etc. Same holds true for the cucking out there. The white cucks. They will abstractionize. They will, like I said in one of my tweets, they're going to blame what happened in potentially in Germany on hiring that wasn't merit-based. The guy literally, clearly, according to my reading, but of course, YouTube is monitoring everything I say, so I don't know for sure. But in my opinion, based on what I read, he hated white people, and he considers accurately, correctly, that Germany is the white people. Those are the real Germans. That's why he mowed them down. You know, he didn't go to some non-white part of town full of paper Germans. Why didn't he go there? No, he was going to get revenge as an anti-white, and we're going to get onto it here in just a minute. He was going to get revenge on Germany. He literally said, Germany will pay. Where did he go? Did he go after the paper Germans? Where they have ghettoized and they have, and their streets are literally full, like in Kabul, like in these different places around the world. The street cars can barely drive because there's so many people in the streets, because there's so much more communal. He could have just mowed them down. Wonder why he didn't. But somehow we've gotten to this point with all of these great white cuck ideas, pretend it's anything else other than the victimization of white people, as well as all of this just say it's the Jew nonsense. Just blame the Jews. And then when you say, gee, that doesn't work, right? Look, it doesn't work. Their immediate response is, what are you, a Jew? I mean, are you tired of white people being mowed down with anti-white terrorism yet? Are you tired? I think a 9-year-old died. Are you not furious yet? Are you not ready to do something? Because there's a lot that you can do here successfully to change the world so that that kind of thing stops. Action. Winning the conversation. Not complaining about anti-white Jews or all Jews. Dai Shaddai is here. Joshua is here over on the live chat. Janitor of White Noir is here. Over on the live chat. Let's go ahead and pull this up so we can have a look and dig into the reality and the consequences of all of the other ideologies and vehicles out there for the recapture of, I guess, just our countries. Christmas market attack. Is that what it was? Is that what it was? Just a Christmas market attack? You looked on some of these, and this is the Israel First Breitbart platform, and you hear them say things like, it was a van, it was a truck attack. Are you tired of our people being murdered and the media talking about it like that? Well, there's something you can actually do. Changes you can make in yourself that will improve your life. Christmas market attack suspect was a Saudi Arabian leftist asylum activist. So is that what he was? No. People in this community know. Champions in this community know. Apostles know that this was anti-white terrorism. Why isn't everybody calling this anti-white terrorism? We are the people. Do you not care more about our people being harmed than the race of the attacker? What pair of legs he passed through? Do you not care more about our people run over and their bodies broken and their organs liquefied? Do you not care more about them? The suspected perpetrator of the Magdeburg Christmas market attack was reportedly an asylum seeker activist. Okay, so initially, first, this story came out, and what were all of the white cucks saying? If they were gonna be edgy, they were gonna say it's anti-Christian. It's only anti-Christian because Christianity is white. That's always been the case. Black Christianity will be fine, as long as they're not around white people. Hispanic Christianity, fine, as long as they're not around white people. So much so, we live in such an anti-white state of affairs that an actual would-be anti-white terrorist was celebrated and interviewed by the BBC, the anti-white BBC. Why isn't everyone, especially on X, right? So much free speech on X. Why isn't everybody talking about how this is an anti-white terroristic attack? That this guy was an anti-white terrorist? Update. Prosecutors have announced that the suspect has been charged with 5 counts of murder and 200 counts of attempted murder. 200 people. I don't know how many of them are maimed. And how many more are not only physically maimed, but psychologically maimed. But you don't care about them if you're busy complaining about blacks or Jews or Arabs, do you? You don't care about them. You're just thinking about yourself. Could have been you. Could have been you there. So, them Arabs gotta go because it could have been me. Right? We're not going to live. White race. We're not going to survive. Not only are we not going to recapture our destiny, but in the very near future, things are going to get incredibly, remarkably ugly for us. Not going to survive. And here I will have been shouting my ass off with goddamn 100 people showing up. Still showing up for your benefit, to help you out so you know how to see this and understand the world and can protect your loved ones for the good of our people. Man, that no white guilt guy, man, he's such a joke. Nobody shows up over there. Should be, if you had any class, pig, if you had any class, you would say, what a commitment. What an honorable man. What a hero to be emulated. After decades, you think he'd throw in the fucking towel. But this is how much he loves us. This is how much he actually self-sacrifices and cares about me personally and our people. What a hero that is to do that. He ain't getting rich. He hasn't been made a millionaire. He doesn't get the aggrandizement of 30,000 people to show, 50,000 people to show up. There are no sponsors reaching in. There are no angel donors like Fuentes has showing up to finance everything for him. And yet he still shows up. He still busts his balls. He shares his life. And like I said, I've made decisions over the course of my life so that it would be tranquil and placid enough, sacrificing myself, swallowing indignities, so that I would have a life stable enough to be able to help all of you. Who else can say that? And the thanks I get is the slanders, the calumny, the canards. Classless race. Better than no one. They revealed that one of the slain victims was a 9-year-old child and that 41 were seriously injured. Therefore, the death count may continue to rise. Senior public prosecutor Horst Walter Nopens said that the suspect acted alone and said of his motive, according to the, quote, according to the current situation, the background could have been dissatisfaction with the treatment of Saudi Arabian refugees in Germany, close quote. So, white people, do you understand? White people, you weren't doing enough for non-whites, so you deserve to die. White people, this guy wasn't a Muslim. You know, first they were saying, well, he was a Muslim. This was a Muslim attack. Then he ends up just being run-of-the-mill anti-white. So it's not an anti-white Muslim, just a basic bitch anti-white saying Germany is not doing enough for his race, for his people. Wouldn't it be nice to have a people? Wouldn't it be nice? Wouldn't that be grand to actually have a people? All the way down to some malfunctioning anti-white terrorist trying to help more of his people come to the promised land until there are no more Germans, i.e. white people, and then it's not promised land anymore, trying to help them all show up. And then when the white people aren't doing enough and doing it fast enough, he decides he's going to go kill a bunch of them, kill their children. We're the only people talking about the victims. According to reports, the Saudi Arabian man arrived in Germany in 2006 after allegedly So our goodwill, our hospitality, our grace, our love, we stick our hand out to our brothers and the rest of humanity. And we're like, come away. You want to be out of that horrid place? You're going to be persecuted because you don't practice that religion they practice there. Come to our home. And in response of bringing this anti-white animal into our home, he kills us. You're not doing enough. He was granted asylum in Germany in 2016 and has been living in the town of Bernburg near Magdeburg, where he worked as a psychiatrist. After moving to Germany, the suspect reportedly established a service to assist other asylum seekers move to Germany. Wouldn't it be nice to have a people? Nexus Moon is asking about a bunker mentality. You'll have to give clarification about what bunker you're talking about. Mestizo Carf says, getting stronger both mentally and physically with no white guilt. The great Mestizo Carf. We with you in the white well-being community stand with you, says Samuski. God bless you, brother. And I take it as the remainder of my life's work to work for exactly that, the well-being of our people. God bless you for what you do. God bless you for that public commitment, good sir. Real hero there. Nameless One is here. Good to see you. After moving to Germany, now remember, escaping death. You'd think you'd go around thanking every white person you come across. The suspect established a service to assist asylum seekers move to Germany for his work. He was profiled in several media outlets, from FAZ to BBC, to promote his mission for human rights in Saudi Arabia. The BBC noted in 2019 that he focused on helping ex-Muslims flee from Saudi Arabia and the Gulf region, with a particular focus on helping the women to get out of Saudi Arabia and the Gulf region. In an interview with FAZ during the same year, Talib proclaimed, this is the anti-white terrorist, alleged until, I guess, found guilty, proclaimed that he was, quote, the most aggressive critic of Islam in history, which would make him laudable to all of the white cucks. You can see all the white cucks now celebrating this guy, claiming that he was ostracized from the Muslim community in Germany over his atheism. In the article, he also detailed his move to become a pro-asylum seeker activist in Germany. Okay, first of all, that should be illegal. Let's just say Germany isn't already full of people that all have to go home. Let's just say. And let's just say that Talib Al-A, which is his name, Al-A, I don't know how you pronounce that name A, but let's just say that we let him in because he was going to be murdered, and we thought, well, that's, we could let him in because that's pretty awful. It should be illegal for these people to turn right around and say, let me bring more of my own kind in. I grew up with a lot of wonderful people from India. All backgrounds. I grew up in Northern Virginia. All of them, none of them that I met were just focused on, none of them were selfish, individualistic people like whites. Not a single one that I met talked and acted like they were all that matters, and the family that they make was all that matters. Every single one of them, everyone, talked, acted, lived their extended family, the extended family, and the racial family. Everyone that I met, they were always talking about the second cousins, the third cousins, the first cousins, who's being brought over from India next. Always should be illegal. An editor's note attached to the article following him being identified as the suspected Magdeburg attacker, FAZ wrote, this interview with Talib Al-A was published in June 2019. Entries of the alleged assassin in the social media indicate that he has also been increasingly quarreling with Germany and its migration policy over the 5.5 years since. There are also signs. So what they're trying to say is, our fellow traveler here, FAZ is saying, hey, the FAZ is anti-white, Talib is anti-white, our fellow traveler here, oh, no, we're going to distance ourselves now. No, they had the exact same ideology. The anti-whites at FAZ loved that this guy was doing all he could to open the doors to the billion Middle Easterners to come into Europe. They love that. Why? Because there's an anti-white outcome. Now they're trying to distance themselves. There are also signs of persecution delusion. Really, you mean every single anti-white, because every single anti-white lives with the delusion that they are being persecuted. Every single one does. They can look at a Donald Trump cabinet and say that it's for the white man, it's for the white race, it's going to victimize all of these non-white people, and it's going to victimize all of these transgenders and all of these homosexuals and all of the women. They can say that even though it's the most female and non-white cabinet in history. How can they say that? White guy in charge. The anti-white narrative is a delusion.
Hi, my name is Talib.
Those Talib here, those are the eyes of an anti-white terrorist. Those are the eyes of a monster, if convicted, that mass murdered white people with the goal of murdering far more, the goal of murdering and killing far more. Being portrayed as the innocent by the BBC, the anti-white media.
I'm from Saudi Arabia. I'm an activist. I created a website to help people seeking asylum, especially from Saudi Arabia and the Gulf region.
What's the message here? White people, you need to let them pour in. You need to let them pour in from around the world until you don't have a country anymore. Until your selfishly individualistic white cuck asses don't have a country or a place to live in. You don't have a Christmas market. Are you fucking kidding me? You're not even going to have peace in your homes year round. You've got to let them in because they do awful things in the rest of the world. There are awful things happening in the rest of the world. So feel white guilt. Be white guilted. Lower your defenses. Let them all in. And it's been working. It works magnificently. The white cuck conservative position that has contended with this embraces it more and more. We can go all the way back to the 1980s when were you even alive? When Ronald Reagan was president and he amnestied shit tons. More and more, your white cuck defense is the embracing of all the anti-whiteism, the embracing of the white guilt, the embracing of the anti-white moral imperative. And gee, I wonder with all of the anti-Jew soy going on, how we ended up with this Talib in Germany. How could that happen? With him opening the gates to Saudi Arabia and then deciding it's not happening fast enough. Since then, Talib became increasingly critical of the German government and its migration agenda, accusing Berlin of promoting the Islamicization of Europe. He appears to have been particularly angered over the acceptance of the Syrian jihadists compared to... So, I want you to pay close attention. This guy who has a personal grievance, he might be attracted to men, and that's what his problem was back home in Saudi Arabia, whatever. And he was seeing more and more of Arabs show up that were practitioners of Islam. And therefore, he was facing what? Home. Why home? I mean, they're now on German soil. Everything's better now, right? Everything's white if you just show up in one of our countries. No, he saw the writing on the wall that he was going to be subjected to the exact same conditions by those people that they exhibit back home. And guess what? we are subjected to the exact same conditions, proclivities, behaviors, etc., as they exhibit back home. And guess what? It's not just from the religion. Taleb proved that. Taleb proved it's not just a religious phenomenon to commit massive acts of terrorism. While much media attention in the wake of the attack has focused on statements Taleb made in support of the populist right-wing AFD party over, and no, they're not going to save us, over its critiques of Islamic immigration, and then look at this AFD, how ass backwards. They have their head up their asses. All about critiquing Islamic immigration. You know what's not going to happen? Islamic immigration is not going to be stopped by critiquing Islamic immigration. No. And you're running out of time, white cucks. You're running out of time. Every day, another grain of sand falls through that hourglass. You're running out of time. You have a white race who is primed by these conditions, ripe and ready to become a people and to defend itself against its victimization. But you are ass backward, head up your ass, blowing it. And the people who will speak the truth, oddly slandered by the soy goys, doxed by the soy goys, silenced on X. I got 30,000 followers. I can tweet and get 400 views. I asked X specifically, how is that possible? Don't know. Don't know. Maybe you're using words that other people don't use, except we are using words that we all in this community use. And therefore, it should be spread with every show to everyone, right? Well, then I don't know. Maybe it's because these words are deboosted by X. Maybe it's because caring about white people without wanting to harm non-white people is just a deboost. In other words, if you don't know, deboost doesn't just mean that you lose the boost. It means you get a negative boost. If you care about white people, or at least ostensibly, and therefore are deboosted, but you're a soy goy, you're anti-Jew, then you get boosted back the other direction on X. Hundreds of thousands, millions of views for those content creators. White population totally primed right now to become a people, to recapture our destiny, to put an end to our victimization, to absolutely drain our countries of decades of people that don't deserve to be here. Across the West, decades of people, my friends. We are primed for that, but they can't get the words. They can't get the concepts that liberate their minds. Because obviously YouTube is censoring the shit out of everything I say. X is censoring the shit out of everything we all say. And then the rest of the white population, they're fucking off with hero hoping and investing their time, energy, talent, and money into entertainers who prosecute a case better than they do against another group of human beings. These people don't realize, and I'm so fed up. They don't realize I'm not defending non-white people when I say don't focus on them on the basis of their birth. You jackasses. I am arguing for our liberation. Taleb says, even though he said these things, he opposes the Islamicization, again, probably because he's attracted to men, said he firmly considers himself a leftist. So what does that mean? Hardcore anti-white. Not even anti-white light, hardcore anti-white. Taleb said in the interview that he was not a right-winger, described himself as a leftist to Der Spiegel as well. A German news magazine also reported that Berlin security agencies received 3 warnings from Saudi Arabia about the suspect. They were also warned following a 2023 post vowing revenge. Now, pay close attention to this. This might be it. Because you know what? I don't have like all the time in the world. Nobody is paying me. People aren't paying me to do this for a living. I do this for love. So I had to speed read things. So this might contain what I hope it does. Pay close attention. "2023 post vowing revenge against Germany. Revenge against Germany for supposed persecution of Saudi Arabian refugees. And that the country, Germany, the country, would pay a price. However, officials allegedly dismissed the statements. And isn't that interesting? The anti-whites in positions and nodes of power, they're like, yeah, that's okay. That's okay. You're worried about how do we not get them to come to our houses to try to kill us? It's not going to be about complaining that it's not fair or there's a double standard. But what's important here is Taleb told you how the rest of the world functions. And knows and believes Germany and the country is the white people. He went to a Christmas market full of white people. He didn't go to one of these self-segregated areas full of non-white people because that's not Germany. He knows that. It was like when I was growing up in Northern Virginia and I had friends from everywhere, all of those friends considered white people the real Americans. The only group of non-white people that I grew up with that did not consider white people as the real Americans were the blacks, many of whom had like a chip on their shoulder, not all, but none of the blacks considered white America to be the real America. They wouldn't even talk about it. But everybody else, they seemed to know who the real America was in conversation that I spoke with. I had plenty of conversations with non-white people growing up that they knew they could come to America, they could be an American, but that the real America was white people, that America was made by white people, that America is made by white people. Same with Germany. In another post, Taleb said, quote, "I assure you, if Germany wants war, so he's using Germany and the country as a euphemism for white people. If Germany wants war, we will have it. If Germany wants to kill us, we will slaughter them. Die or proudly go to prison." This Arab anti-white said, he goes on, "Because we have exhausted all peaceful means. You haven't given in. We have only encountered more crimes from the police, the state security service, the public prosecutor's office, the judiciary, the Ministry of Interior. Peace is of no use to them." Taleb told you. You know who can't? Taleb is openly telling you, but Israel First Breitbart won't tell you. The white cucks out there, the conservative movement, they won't tell you. Was this Turning Point conference going on right now? Is the cucker in charge? Is he going to tell you? I mean, Talib is telling you, he says, quote, I'm killing white people. The war is on. You won't turn over your country and your daughters and your sons to us. Is how I interpret what he's saying. But the cucks won't say that, will they? There are increasing suggestions that the suspect may have suffered from some form of mental illness. And of course, the anti-whites in the media, now since he has committed an anti-white terroristic attack, they're now saying, oh, well, we now think he's crazy. When their foot soldiers, their terrorists, actually carry out horrific crime, then they say, I think he might have been a little confused. Literally, they say the word confused here, in quotes. Just like in our once great country of South Africa, every gang ritualistic rape and torture, the other one I was just reading the other day, where they were sodomizing and with a broken bottle and shoving a broken bottle and glass up inside the genitals of an aged white woman. So much so that the coroner couldn't even find the organ anymore. Those are robberies gone wrong. And yet, we've been talking about across the entire Western world about complaints about Jews. And yet that's still happening for generations and generations. God damn. At the time of this reporting, 5 have died as a result of the attack. Over 200 injured, many of whom seriously. They might also die. So there you have it. You know how to talk about this. Now, the only thing I'll show you is, the only other thing I'll show you about it is this guy, regrettably, being taken into custody in a very white way. There he is. What I want to know is, where are the attack dogs? Where is the Timberland-style stomping by the authorities? Where is the, wouldn't you know it, we found out that he could not swim with 300 pounds of chain on him. Not that I would do that or that I recommend it. No one should do that. I'm just wondering why it's not happening. Look at all these white guys, fit, armed white guys, and they handle this anti-white terrorist like he's worthy of a gentle touch. We need to get mad about this. And what does getting mad here mean? It means that we focus on ourselves, our own thoughts. We use these simple, I could not make this simpler, concepts to put you in a different story with antecedents that create a thought chain to derivatives of conclusions that always lead you to a white positive conclusion, you and then everyone you use them on. That's what we should be doing. Get mad.
shield the young from a world so forlorn. The pain in my heart is a price I will pay to keep their innocence from slipping away. For the children of a western kind, I'll fight the night through the fire and the pain. I will protect their light. In their eyes I see the future so pure. With every wound I bear, their hope will endure. The voices of anti-whiteism echo in the wind, but I'll raise my shield, no matter how thin. Every scar on my soul is a battle won. For the vulnerable ones, I will not run. For the children of a western kind, I'll fight the night through the fire and the pain. I will protect their light. In their eyes I see the future so pure. With every wound I bear, their hope will endure.
Music by the great Slots. We're going to be getting on to another race hoax, they're calling it now, which is actually hate hoax.
For the freedom and peace, I'll pay any price. For the children of a western kind, I'll fight the night through the fire and the pain. I will protect their light. In their eyes I see the future so pure. With every wound I bear, their hope will endure. In the echoes of our struggle, their laughter will ring. In the heart of western kind, a new song they'll sing. For the heroes among them, I'll bear every scar. Their future is bright as I guard from afar.
Celebrate the great Slots. Let's care about our children. Let's actually work for our people. Let's not aggrandize and fight for some content creator out there. Let's be our own heroes, every single one of us. Another, it says on this, I don't know if you all have noticed this, where the cucks out there are participating in a change of the language. We saw hate hoax getting used increasingly, and now the cucks are sudden. It's a very strange thing. Now they want to call it a race hoax. Isn't that interesting? Folks, this is calculated. The statement race hoax deprives us of the status of victim. Hate hoax enshrines our victimization status. Why? Because in the anti-white narrative, hate is always something that is said to be the product of the white race. And so when we say hate hoax, the population knows the guy who spends 10 hours a day working for a living, and he is a boat mechanic, and he doesn't have time for reading about socio-political matters, what is happening in the world. When he hears hate hoax, and how do I know this? Because I took it to the field and used it with the express purpose of determining whether or not it was useful. They immediately know it is a lie about us. I don't have to describe it. Race hoax deprives us of the status of victim of these crimes. What it says is that it's an abstraction. It can happen to anyone. It could be conducted by anyone. Anybody can be the victim. Another left-wing race hoax, this says. Look at this garbage. Everywhere. Libs of TikTok, they're all everywhere. It says race hoax. That is calculated. Investigators at Rhodes College in Tennessee say the FNers Trump rules message found on campus were fabricated. Rhodes College in Memphis, Tennessee has revealed that vulgar and racist, go ahead, just as perpetuate that word, messages discovered on its campus earlier this month were fabricated. The messages included the phrase FNers and Trump rules were meant to smear supporters of former President Donald Trump as racist. Yep, use their terminology, legitimize their ideology. After a thorough investigation involving campus security officers and the Memphis Police Department, the college confirmed that the messages were created by a student who has since admitted responsibility. Really? What race is the student? Is the student anti-white? Let's have a look at the student and the student's social media posts. Thanks to the tireless effort of the campus security officer and the Memphis Police Department, they've identified the person. The school statement continued, this matter has caused enormous pain to our community. Wait a second. When there is a hate hoax, the entire white race is victimized. I'll say it again. When there is a hate hoax, the entire white race is victimized because the noose of suspicion is drawn around the necks of every single white person. What white person did this? And if you're white, are you not going to condemn it because by being white, you're part of it? If you're white and in the womb, it's your fault. Every white person made much more poignant when it is a targeting of one non-white person or one of these other privileged groups, transgender or identifying as homosexual as their identity or whatever it is. They get targeted with a hate hoax, and everyone is supposed to feel for them. No one feels for the totality of the white race who has the noose pulled around their neck. The totality of white people at that Air Force base years ago. The totality of the white people at that university that I'm thinking about. What was it? The one in Baltimore. Noose pulled right tight around their necks. The noose of suspicion. Maybe you didn't do it, but you better apologize. You better talk about how you would never. You better talk about how evil your race is. No concern in conservative media, the cuck media, for all the white people. And now they have so little concern that they don't want to use hate hoax. They'll use race hoax. There's no victim group here because it could be any group. That makes it legitimate, right? The campus erupted in anger when the vulgar messages were first discovered. Flyers featuring racial slurs and profanity were reportedly found near the school's National Pan-Hellenic Council Plaza, a space dedicated to the 9 historical Black Greek organizations at the college. The messages showed up on 13 pieces of paper. So what do you need to know? That the entire white race was suspected of doing this. The campus, police, the school authority went into overdrive like they always do to track down the evil white people that did this. It was all about being anti-white. And then they find out, well, it was actually an anti-white that did it. Maybe we'll post a little blurb. Got another news story here. Every single time, another college racism hoax. Democrats are quick to insist racism is rampant in America. And you see all of this, excuse me, you see all this now from the white cucks out there. And they're all like, racism is real and it is everywhere, but it's not nearly as much. There's not enough supply. The demand exceeds the supply of racism. The white cucks. But the sobering truth that dispels their claim is the growing number of fabricated racist incidents by ideologues on the left. The most famous of these staged production was Jussie Smollett, of course, a hate hoax. But fabricated racial. And what else do we say, people in this community, when this kind of a thing happens? It is a hush crime. It's a hush crime because hoaxing hate does not comport with the anti-white narrative. So Fox is not, all of these different entities, they're going to be burying it. They don't want you to know. You use these concepts. Why do they have meaning? Because if somebody hears that this anti-white thing is a hush crime, without you having to explain it, without you needing the knowledge, the words, etc., they automatically know that, therefore, the establishment is anti-white, because only the establishment is able to hush something down or write it in the sky. So you immediately communicate them that truth as well as a number of other unspoken truths. The latest example of, again, look here, the latest example of a racial hoax. How is it a racial? I would really like to know the race of the perpetrator. I really would. Race hoax, racial hoax. Who is the victim? You know, you have these incidents. They happen all the time. Everybody ignores them. When you'll have every time you have like an actual Islamic terrorist that kills a bunch of people, what do you have the anti-whites immediately say? They immediately say the real victims of this are the Arabs, the Muslims, because people are going to presume that they're up to no good. So if that entire race and religion are presumed to do no good, are presumed to be bad or complicit in some way, and that's wrong, and we all need to be told how wrong that is and make sure that nobody is. Why is it that the same can't be afforded to white people when anti-whites perpetrate hate hoaxes? And not even these livid, flabby, white cuck bitches will allow the white race to be afforded the same respect, the same concern. Nobody else talking about this. You can find literally, I have over the past 2 weeks just skipped around YouTube and Rumble and Odyssey. You can find, it seems, limitless shows all doing the same thing. Doom documenting, doom dissecting, doom prognosticating, Jay spurging, Jay blaming, Jew hating, soy goying. You can find, it seems like there are limitless channels and content creators. It's just the same thing in countless iterations. But you have this, something original, something different, something that clearly has its finger on the pulse, and crickets. The last example of a racial hoax was at Rhodes College in Memphis, Tennessee. The largest majority black city in America. I suppose maybe the real victims of this will be all the black people, right, Cuck, who were afraid by the notes. Not the white people, who had the noose of suspicion drawn around. No, that's saved for non-white people. I remember when that anti-white terrorist black guy drove his truck through the almost 100% white Christmas parade. And the media was saying then that, well, people are forming, white supremacists are giving people a bad idea about blacks in the area. So an actual anti-white black terrorist mows down children and men and women and grandmothers, and they mow them all down in his truck at Waukesha. And non-white, other non-white people, specifically blacks, can't be suspected of anything like this. But a note show up saying enter somewhere, and it's totally legitimate to suspect all white, to drag white people back. We've seen this over the years, these insane rituals, anti-white rituals that take place, where they drag all the white people into another browbeating of anti-whiteism class, another anti-white obedience class at work, at school, over and over. We've seen it. But if you suspect that other black people might act like this anti-white terrorist black guy did, then you're the problem and they're the real victim. Here you have Libs of TikTok. It's a different article than the one that's up on the screen. And she writes, another fake race hoax. When did this memo go out? When did all the cucks out there, all the white cuck losers, when did they share their memo? That, and I know she's Jewish, but when did they share their memo that, oh, we're not going to call it a hate hoax anymore? We don't want white people to be seen as the victim. That's not abstract enough. That's too literal. It needs to be abstract. We need to ignore when the victims are white. However, the private liberal arts college now says that the entire incident was fabricated. Then you have over here, let's see, what does Andy No say? He says, breaking, an investigation into racist, he doesn't put it in quotes, of course, pro-Trump graffiti message at Rhodes College in Memphis, Tennessee, that caused a panic, has revealed that it was a hoax from a student. So he at least calls it a hoax. Let's get Andy No to say hate hoax. All right. I got to say something else connected to this. I'm going to show you this video. I'm going to make a point about this. Let's have a look at this video. This guy on this campus, he's asking questions.
The dress designer that turned down Melania Trump.
Okay, dress designer turned down Melania Trump. Totally connected to what we're talking about here with cucks.
To design her dress, she opted out.
Already I know where he's going. I obviously I watched all the way through, but I knew right away when I first started watching. Do you know where he's going with this? Talking with people on a college campus. Designer turned down her job for Melania. Is that okay?
Do you think that she has the right to do that?
Yeah.
Yeah, why not? Do you think it's okay for her to do that?
Yeah.
So if you were, let's say, a Muslim singer here in...
Okay, you're a Muslim singer in America.
Madison. And a church approached you for an Easter service for you to sing. Do you have the right to opt out of that?
Yeah.
You see where it's going? This is where cucks think they're making a point.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, you have the right to opt out of doing whatever you want.
So let's say you're a Christian photographer here in Madison, and someone approached you to do a same-sex wedding. Would that be hateful or discriminatory to opt out of that?
Okay, so 2 points, 2 powerful points here. You know what's going to happen? All of these people hem and haw. I can show you the video. They're going to be like, well, that's kind of different. Why is it different, cuck? First of all, I guess to touch the cuck issue, the giant white cuck in the room, is that they are attempting to demonstrate as their point, as the meat of their argument, that there is a double standard. There is no double standard. There's only an anti-white standard, bitch. There's no double standard. There's just an anti-white standard. Of course, non-whites or homosexuals or transgenders or pedophiles, of course they can discriminate. Why? Of course they can discriminate, but Muslims and Arabs and the rest, but white people can't. Why is that? So, number one, you're making no point. Demonstration of hypocrisy or double standard has been used for numerous generations, and yet we are where we are today, where they can just, with impunity, drive children over with their pickup truck or whatever they're driving. How did we get here? With all of the demonstrations of double standards, you livid white cuck. How did we get here? I mean, you know what? I know the only remedy to this is to show more double standards. Let's just demonstrate some more double standards. Let's show more hypocrisy. You know what? I've got an idea. We have to show more hypocrisy. Clearly, we need more hypocrisy demonstrated. So, double standards, hypocrisy, pointing that stuff out does nothing. It's failed. Shut up. Shut up with that. If you're going to use the double standard or hypocrisy as a fulcrum to introduce the concepts that we use, to introduce that these people are in the anti-white narrative, then you're doing something. Demonstration of hypocrisy and double standard does nothing. Nothing. Next, why is it that all of these people are able to agree that you can discriminate if you're non-white, if you're female, you can discriminate against white people? Why is it that they're all okay with that, but the moment when the presumptive Christians are white, because he didn't say black Christians or Latino Christians or whatever, the presumption is that they're white when you just say Christians. Why is it that suddenly there's a problem? Because in the West, everyone lives by the regime's enforced and endorsed social morality that is immoral for our people and our existence, that is promulgated primarily through entertainment, which the subconscious mind perceives as reality. And that is the mind you live 95% of your life in. So you're seeing right here that all of the other rights and wrongs and Christian morality or ethics, etc., they have all succumbed to the anti-white moral imperative. Watch these people now. Watch their faces. Watch how hard it gets for them. Where is that coming from? If you do not address this social morality, nothing else is possible. Do you hear what I'm saying? I've been saying this for decades. If you do not address the social morality, nothing else is possible. Nothing. That's exactly what we do.
I don't know.
Look at this. Look at these people struggling. You are seeing characters in a book. You are seeing pre-programmed characters, living characters in a book. This is psychological warfare. This is the control over the mind.
In that situation, probably not, because...
In that situation, probably not. You can't discriminate, probably not. And now this is a white guy who's trying to find his way out of it, his own sense of being a hypocrite in that moment and being on camera and that being uncomfortable. We use that same sentiment in our interlocutors to get them to do this for us. You're welcome, world.
That would bring up some legal issues, I would suspect.
Like that.
So it's not that I'm a hypocrite. It's that maybe the law would get involved.
City ordinance, right?
Yes, yeah.
The one that you didn't.
Now, what this guy should have done, questioning him, is, well, let's say the laws aren't there. Is it okay?
Agree with?
Yeah.
Yeah, you're a jerk for doing that.
You're a jerk for doing that.
So you're political.
It doesn't matter what any of the races of these people are. It doesn't matter what any of their races are. Because I know there'd be people wanting to say for that one, oh, that's a Jew. This guy's a Jew or whatever. This is the manifestation of that which controls the individual and therefore the population. What is the population composed of? Who do you have to deal with? Not an anthropomorphized population, the individual. You win against the individual, you win against the population. You're welcome, world. This is the equivalent of walking on water. You do know that, right? This is the equivalent of feeding a multitude with one loaf of bread. You do realize that, right?
Views, your ideas and kind of worldview is okay to say no to business, but your religious views aren't?
No.
So there was a
all right. So there was that. And then I also want to make a point about this before we take a short break, because I can't stand it. Conservatives feel, and it's a disease in their heads, and it has made its way as a colloquial phrase that we need to excise, maybe with a literal scalpel, from usage. And that is this phrase, this believing that you're making a point phrase by saying, you can't make it up. You can't make it up. How many white people have you had a conversation with about socio-political, even religio matters, and they will share the most horrible victimization of our people, the most horrible white erasure of our norms, and I get it, I'm telling you, I understand it's a turn of phrase, but you've talked to these people, and the point, the substance is the statement, you can't make it up. And what are they saying by that? It's so crazy, it shouldn't be real. Well, it is real. It is real. Don't use this goddamn phrase. You are accomplishing nothing. You are wasting time, and we're running out of it. It could have been your child at 9 run over. Jason gets so mad about the way that we talk, they will dig you up and shit on your corpse for not heeding what I have to say. If white people survive, that's what will happen to your corpse. He makes such a big deal out of it. I've heard this ignorant ass, there's the substance of what I have to say, can't make it up. 1,000 times. No hyperbole there. And like I said, I understand that for many, it's innocuous. But get it out of your vocabulary. And instead of this effete, limp statement, colloquialism, use the concepts. Look at what they did to us. It's anti-white. Look at how they're destroying Western civilization. It's anti-white. Look at how they're white erasing our norms. It's anti-white. Look at how we used to be able to have our Christmas markets that Jason wanted to come over and see at some point in his life if he ever got enough money to do it, which I could have done had I not decided to live my life for our people. Without barriers and the concrete barriers, ugly barriers, and the threat of anti-white mass terroristic murder at any moment. This is what you should be saying. Not the, you can't make this up.
The Canadian Armed Forces sent out a questionnaire with the following. In the past 2 to 5 years, have you liked any of the extreme group posts on social media? Have you donated to an extreme group cause? Have you purchased an extreme group merchandise? For example, Make Canada Great Again hat. You can't make any of this stuff up.
How effective? We'll be right back.
The sound of metal from every step, all that remained, all that was kept, a voyage home, the destiny known, their course is set to the Gwendolyn zone.
let's get ready to celebrate some swashbuckling successes as we pull everything together. I can hear the crowd is already going. Let's begin the celebration by celebrating the one and only, the King of Kings. It is the Dice Man, the real Dice Man.
Supremacist and black separatist books are allowed on Amazon, with one or two exceptions. There were a few books published by the Nation of Islam, which were banned a few years ago, not for black nationalism or anti-whiteism, because that's always allowed. They were banned because they also contained supposed anti-Semitism.
Celebrate King Dice, the epic hero, ladies and gentlemen. Make sure he feels the love. As we gather together our successes, our victories, they will show up here in a moment. We're not going to have another, I don't think, maybe. Or maybe we will. Maybe we will not be able to find them. Where did they go? The rest of our victories, ladies and gentlemen. Celebrate the great Franklinator. Celebrate the great Franklinator for all his hard work in service to white well-being, gathering these successes, these victories. The hard work he does on and offline. He is there for every single one of us, and we need to be there for him as we find our victories. I also want to celebrate. He wants to thank Ivan and Biospirit, and he says maybe even the Thunder Down Under was over there on Donald Trump Jr. And swashbuckling over there with that great hero and son, scion of the President of the United States, spreading the lexicon as pure and powerful as it is. We also want to celebrate, and this is a big one, let's celebrate, we don't have the details yet, but Prometheus Thunder, we still need to get the details, so next time he shows up, lives in the UK, was arrested for a ex-post. And then when they had a look at it, he's using the lexicon, he's using our concepts, he's coming from a place of love instead of a place of hating other groups for the way they were born, and they dropped the charges. That is everybody on your feet. Big Christmas trees, thousands of trees in love. Another magnificent proof. Like I said, we still need the details, but another magnificent proof of the success of our dialectical power. Drops the charges. That's life. It's an entirely different life. You're arrested and prosecuted and convicted. You could potentially go to jail, and who knows what would happen there. Your life as a hater in the UK, worse than even being convicted of rape or molesting children or whatever. What kind of jobs, what kind of life, everything changes for the individual who doesn't get embroiled in something that he doesn't actually feel in his heart. What he wants is the end of the victimization of our people, not the victimization of another group of human beings. Man, this is huge. Let's get all the details from Prometheus Thunder next time he shows up. How exciting is that? I also want to celebrate Anglo-Saxon NWG made like 5 more songs, 6, 8 more songs. He's doing such an epic job making music that it's totally listenable. It is awesome. Different genres. It's going to appeal to many different folks. They're using the lexicon in the songs. It could not be more exciting. A stupendous way to magnify our reach which is severely limited by the factors we've been talking about during the first part of the Church of the West. Give it up for Anglo-Saxon NWG. Let's also give it up for behind-the-scenes activity by the great NWG Clips. Let's give it up for Clips. Ladies and gentlemen, the man continues. He's in the background. He's working his ass off. It's glorious. Let's give it up. Big love for the swashbuckling commander, Clips. Doing great work. I want to also thank on Twitter, and it's not going to be everybody, but I first blanket gratitude to all the great work that I'm seeing on X, I guess I should say, by the outreach team. Epic tweets, epic interactions, perfectly worded, obeying the concepts, the dialectics, the arguments of the dialogic of Go Free. Magnificently done. The entire outreach team. Big celebration for them. Let's get them Christmas trees, wreaths, swans, whatever you want. It's Christmas time. Let's make sure they get candles. Show them love. But I also want to name a few individuals that I've just seen, just by accident, rocking it. By accident, I've seen Dandy Westman, Golden Honeybee, Daughter of Eve, Leontina, Ye Old European, and there are others really just doing a magnificent swashing on X. Let's get them all on our feet, show them the love of that stupendous work. Let me bring up here, we have the great One of Western Kind. He's over here on Boar, saying the world is being fooled by mainstream media on what is really going on in South Africa. One of Western Kind gets 16,000 views and climbing from this guy's audience. Hundreds of likes and retweets. He writes, Rhodesia was betrayed and left to die due to the anti-whiteism of Western governments. Beautifully written. Then South Africa, the same. It's a beautiful dialectic there. The first dominoes of white erasure. They were the first dominoes of white erasure. Now, the anti-white media wants to help finish the job, refusing to cover anti-white hush crimes, assisting white victimization. Big time salutes. Big time salutes to this hero. Celebrate the magnificent work of One of Western Kind. We know he's a swashbuckling god. He's over here under End Wokeness, who writes, Miss France winner versus the runner-up. Okay, so you see, and remember, this is what that conservative woman was saying. They're the real victims because she deserves it. This was second place, just so you know. Here's first place. I'm not saying she's a bad-looking woman, but I mean, come on. By our standards, this is far more attractive. One of Western Kind says, white erasure due to anti-whiteism. That is so pithy, so beautiful, so poignant. He just rode through there and lopped all the metaphorical heads off the anti-whites before they could even blink. And he's got working on 300 likes and retweets and over 10,000 views of End Wokeness's audience. Magnificently done. One of Western Kind, he ain't done though. Radio Genoa says, Miss France, thoughts about that? One of Western Kind jumps in there and says, this is white erasure and it is unacceptable. But anti-whiteism frames it as moral. And he puts it in quotes, perfectly done. We have made, ladies and gentlemen, we have made poets and knights and warriors and scholars, heroes and heroines out of men and women of the West. We are the only community that does that. This is changing the world. God bless these people. Over 13,000 views of Radio Genoa's audience, seeing what One of Western Kind had to write, hundreds and hundreds of likes and retweets. Show this man the quadruple 07s, the crowns, the gems, the love, and you know who it is, folks. It's John G. John G is out there in person, IRL. We are active. When we go out in person, when we are IRL, we leave people with tools that empower them when they see what we share. Anti-white is not all right. I promise you that there are ordinary Americans, ordinary Swedes, ordinary all over the West, seeing something like this, and they immediately are able to pick up anti-white is not all right. They've gone home and said it to themselves. They've said it to their family. They've said it to their children. They've said it to their spouses. They'll be able to say it at work. They'll be able to say it everywhere. And it's all thanks to John G. and everyone else out there swashing IRL. Show the man some Christmas and Yuletide love. Here he is again, swashing on the highways. There's no stopping him because he's glorious. Anti-white is not all right. NoWhiteGuild.org. We love John G. We love John G. Quadruple 07, show the swashbuckling commander that you love him too. We're going to have to make graphics of the actual swashbuckling captains and leaders in this cause, because we're going to have to make graphics. Maybe I'll put a map up on the wall behind me, and it'll show the legions that they are creating under their dominion. God bless these military leaders of love, the military swashbuckling commanders of love. And there you have the video we just watched from King Dice, as epic as it comes. And here we have, check this out. We got another video we're going to be sharing in just a minute, a victory by the Slothinator. But before that, we have TM swashing on over under I Hypocrite. How many views did TM get from I Hypocrite's audience? 13,000 and climbing, hundreds of likes and retweets, hundreds coming his way. What did he write? He says, this will be the future of the West unless we defeat anti-whiteism. Which way, white man? Anti-whiteism to death and ruin. White well-being to that beautiful Schloss Neuschwanstein in Germany. Big love. Get TM some wreaths of victory. The victory laurel to TM. Crowns and gems. Ladies and gentlemen, we're almost there, but you did just see the great Slothinator over there on our buddy. Let's have a look.
Slot Z for 5. Thank you so much for the great Halo theme, Marty. No white guilt.
Don't have it. I will never have white. I have no guilt about anything. That's my wife. Drives my wife crazy.
Show the love. That, of course, is Smash JT, the great Smash JT. We had him on, and that's the Slothinator showing up. Thank you so much for this Halo theme and no white guilt. And, of course, Matt, he's loves to say it. We know he does. Show them both some love. This is a commander, a swashing commander like no other. Showing the big love. Send the love up to Smash JT, and we'll be right back. Not quite ready to roll. We do have the audience doesn't want to quit though. The audience is like, we're going to do some more. We want to participate some more. We want to be in it some more. I don't know about that, audience. You're going to have to quiet it down for now. Yeah, there's a lot to celebrate, but not at the moment. But we are going to be getting into the great Mark Dice, this video. We're going to watch at least 8 minutes of it, I think. But before we get there, we are going to celebrate some financial gifters who deserve some celebrating. We have from Anonymous on this Christmas Yuletide stream. Anonymous financially gifting $100. $100 from Anonymous Testament. Let's hear it for Anonymous. Let's get out some gems. Let's get out some joy, some Christmas joy, some Yuletide joy. 100 white well-being dollars. And let's continue that celebration over here with Mrs. Jess Horse. Big Merry Christmas. Big Merry Christmas and good Yule to Mrs. Jess Horse. Financially gifting $100. Testimony to white well-being. God bless Mrs. Jess Horse. $100. Happy Yule and Merry Christmas, sir. And 3 little white heart emojis. Make sure you show this wonderful woman in this community all the love that you can, and keep that love going for Dude a Bro a Moment. $50 from Dude Bro Moment. Christmas cheer, Yuletide bliss. 50 white well-being dollars, he says, for white well-being. For white well-being, says the hero. God bless you. Good to see you here. Over on Subscribestar, the celebrating continues. We have Hartman coming in with a financial gift of $100. $100. Big salutes to this hero. Keep the celebration going. Big salutes. Quadruple 07s, $100 from the great William Hartman. Epic, brother. Thank you so much. And the celebration continues over here. We have the cool, the papa, the J, the magic, swashbuckling extraordinaire showing up here. $25 financial gift. Get this man some crowns. Yes, indeed. Find this man some crowns. A commander extraordinaire. We're going to get a map up. It's going to have the commanders. The swashbuckling commanders are all going to be up there. They're going to be up there, and it's going to be beautiful and cool as well. $25. He says, Merry Christmas, brother. And a beautiful, he's got a cross. He's got praying hands. He got hearts. He's got presents and trees and snow and Santa. We love it. Keep it going for Corey, who's in the house tonight. $50. 50 white well-being dollars from Corey, the coronator. I get the feeling that Corey fights with 2 swords of love. I get the feeling that he doesn't even need a shield. He just has 2 swords of love as he wades into the combat against the anti-whites. $50. He says, Happy Yule. Welcome winter solstice. Merry Christmas. Indeed, brother. Happy Yule. Welcome to the winter. So Merry Christmas. So true. God bless him. And we have another extraordinary swashbuckling hero contributor to the community. He's not only the first, but he's also the last, ladies and gentlemen. He's first, last. $100. $100 from first, last, a musical genius, raconteur, magnificent individual. Great to see you there, brother. $100. Let me look around and see if there are any others that we have to celebrate. If not, we're going to continue rolling. We'll get to all of the financial gifts very shortly. And God bless you all. Thank you so much. And good to see every single one of you. And God bless every single one of you for celebrating. We celebrate each other's successes. And I see it now. I see it live. I want to thank Cameron. Cameron's doing an epic job celebrating. I love it. Jay Bishop, Nameless One, June. I'm loving it. Thunder Down Under, celebrating epically. Corey celebrating epically. Hyperborean Dream. So far, I think Cameron has it. He is the best in the audience. Big salutes to you. Big personal salutes to you. The number one in the audience. In the live chat. Good to see you. Thank you so very much. June is here. Look at all the wonderful celebration. The audience wants more, says Samuski. They were living. They were like, let's keep going. We're changing the world. J.C. Denton. Who else is there celebrating and rocking it out that I missed? God bless you all. Samuski, I see. How you fancy horrible as they're celebrating? If I missed your name, it has nothing to do with my blindness. The great ForNull is celebrating there. It is not because the vision is. I think that's everybody celebrating. Did I miss anybody? Oh, the Lost Pilgrim's Journey. Matt was celebrating. Blue Pilled was celebrating. Cameron is definitely the victor. Massive celebrating coming out of that champion. Big time celebrating. We need to get fired up, folks. We need to celebrate each other's victories. And hey, I mean, if it comes right down to it, we rock, we win. Your lives will get better. All of our lives will get better. And everybody else will be dealing with police coming to their homes and then having to say that they're Mexican or something like that. All right, we're going to watch big celebration today. We're going to watch this latest video, and the great Franklinator told me this video, the whole thing is worth watching. So we're going to watch, I think it's 16 minutes long. We'll watch the first 8 minutes, and we're going to see what the great King of Kings, Mark Dice, has to say. We'll put him up on the screen. We're also going to talk about PTP in our Go Free lesson of the day. But before we do that, we're going to celebrate the mailbag, because there was mail in the mailbag. And we have here mail from the mailbag. Let's see what we have. We've already have them out. Who's this? This is a different anonymous with beautiful cursive writing. Jason, Merry Christmas 2024. Anonymous, a different anonymous, but this anonymous also financially gifting $100. Oh boy, when you thought the celebration was done, you got to break it out again. Look at the beautiful card. Will it work? Yes. Merry Christmas. Another $100 from a different anonymous. Celebrate the other anonymous. And then we've got finally in the mail, I love my Christmas cards. Another says, Dear Jason, wishing you a white Christmas and Merry New Year's blessing. Thank you for all that you do for the white well-being community. Lady Anglo. Love it. Big thank you. Look at this beautiful card. Thank you so much. Just in time to be visible. Lady Anglo. $100 from the other anonymous. That's the other meat. The other anonymous. Thank you so much. And Lady Anglo is even with us, right? Is she here today? I thought I saw the name earlier. Thank you so much. That's the mail, the thaumatological mailbag. And I will speak to some announcements, I think, also right away. Then we'll get into the Go Free lesson of the day. And I see here in the live chat, and thank you to Kate for pointing it out to me, that Golden Honeybee says that she is in the ER. Her husband has been fighting a long time, and with cancer. So let's all right now give a prayer for Golden Honeybee and her husband. Let's send some positive prayers, because it's right now, and they are right at the hospital right now. We're going to have a moment of silence. Please pray for Golden Honeybee and her husband. Send positive energy. Thank you all for that. I really do hope that the best possible outcome is what you receive tonight. Golden Honeybee, great member in this community. Beautiful. Thank you all for that. I also want to mention that as an announcement, when we see new people come into the live chat on any of the platforms, and I'm going to be getting to your tags to me across all of the platforms in just a moment. When someone new pops up, we are patient with them unless they are hostile, unless they can be discerned to be hostile right away. We are patient with them. They're not going to have any clue about anything outside the anti-white narrative. So they're going to come in here with a lot of dumb things to say. Let's face it. They're going to say a lot of dumb things. So we're patient. That means you give them an opportunity. That means you don't let them walk all over you. So if someone comes in and they're like, well, this is X, and you're like, actually, no, this is a little different. Have a listen. We welcome you here. Thanks for showing up. And if you have any questions, don't hesitate to ask. And I think you'll find that this is very different from the stereotypes that you're showing up with. We had a great example of the cool Papa J magic doing it right the other day when an Indian guy, I think Indian showed up, and he wanted to be liked by saying that, well, Indians are more like white people than other non-white races and all. And cool Papa J Magic brilliantly slid right in there and pointed out that, hey, no, you don't have to be more like us than other non-white races or less non-white than other non-white races or anything. You can be non-white and hear and fight against anti-whiteism right alongside of us. We welcome you to do that. We want you to fight anti-whiteism. It's immoral. It's wrong. We want everybody of every race to participate. So you're welcome here. Brilliantly done. We also had the great Slots brilliantly handle somebody who was seriously attacking yours truly and favoring another content creator that is harmful for the reclamation of our destiny. And Slots tried to steer him back, tried to steer him in the right direction. He refused. And Slots did the right thing. He laid the law down and was like, okay, then you're gone. You're not going to stop attacking Jason. You're not going to keep favoring some other content creator that's harmful to our people in the reclamation of our destiny. You're not going to do that here. So he stepped in and stopped that. When there are people who are they're not going to be regulars in our live chat, not going to be regulars that, because the regulars know, but there are going to be irregular viewers, participants that will show up, and sometimes those people act aggressively toward others that they might be stereotyping, that might be new. So we're still on the subject of new or newer people showing up. If those people decide that they're going to jump in and have at the person like they would in the audience in Collett's commentariat or elsewhere, then we need to step in and say, no, it's all right. This person either is not hostile yet or hasn't been told yet that they are able to participate as a non-white person or whatever. Step in to that interaction. And you can do so politely. And then since it's all being recorded, it's all there for me and others, Franklinator, to take a look at, ForNull to take a look at, Slots to take a look at, and come to West to take a look at, and then come to conclusions. So that's just another thing I wanted to mention. We don't get a lot of attention outside of the actual community. So we can't be rash when somebody shows up and they're like not hostile, but stupid. Right? Or a non-white person shows up and they're like, we should be allies against the whatever. We just explain to them, no, we want you here as an individual to fight against anti-whiteism. Bring your whole non-white family over to fight against anti-whiteism. We're happy with that too. So that is the end of the announcements, I think. We have the PTP to come up and the Mark Dice video. Let me see what you all are saying here on X. Mama Duck says, I don't see the chat. Is anyone typing? I can see your comment. Rose over there on X says, white people are allowing this. I don't know specifically what you were talking about, Rose, and you can come back and tag me and let me know what your thought is there. But as far as the victimization of white people are not only allowing it, they're perpetuating, they are the perpetrators. The majority of anti-whites are white people. So 100%. That's why we have to address the social morality of the West. So I definitely agree with that, if that's what you meant. And Daughter of Eve is over there on the live chat. Good to see you. Go Free Method is the sharpest tool in the toolbox, she astutely observes. She also says that Fuentes is a bad role model for young men. Yeah, I mean, that's like categorically true. And she says, Promethean hails, Jason. Big Promethean hails back to you. Well articulated, Jason. We need advocates for our well-being as white Westmen. And Merry Christmas, great brother. Merry Christmas, good Yule back to you, Daughter of Eve. Thank you for that. Got my eyes on the Twitter live chat. Thank you for that. And over here, we've got a few comments on a Premium Rumble. Nationless Nationalist is over there owning the platform, it looks like. Who else is over there? Are there any tags for me, though? Aliens Exist is over there. Says, I appreciate you, Jason. I realize you do this for next to nothing and hope to contribute to you greatly in the future. Hopefully we can change the direction the white race is heading one day. Amen to that, and thank you very much for the appreciation. We need some of those angel donors that the aforementioned has. Nationless Nationalist says, take a risk and get rewarded. All the best to Jason for creating the Go Free dialectic. Thank you so much for that. Big salute to Nationless Nationalist. JS is over there as well, saying, we're here. Screw Tube sucks. Good to see you. Remember, tag me over there with @ no white guilt if you have something specifically you want me to speak to. Over on D Live. I don't think we have anything new. I think that 5 bells of cryptocurrency were the last time we were together from the great Spartan. God bless you and thank you for that, brother. On Odyssey, Jason really should get the papacy. F the other guy. I agree with that. Tag me over there. That is Land of the Fake. Dominating, owning the platform. Merry Christmas, good Yule to you, good brother. And great to see you. As we proceed Swivel back around to here. First Last says he's no cricket. Well, I tend to agree. I tend to agree, my brother. Looking for tags. Cass is here. Good to see you. She said, made it, went out for dinner with mom and children. How wonderful. And she said, I referred the show to some people in the restaurant. That's awesome. Epic swash. Thank you. Good to see you. She says, NWG, hey. Glad to have you here with your wonderful children of the West. All right. We have also financially gifted. We have Yiz the Unifier, who will be on tomorrow, 6 p.m., Discordant Dragons. And yours truly will be on for a little bit. It's a Christmas special. So that is tomorrow. She financially gifts $5 and says, Merry Christmas. A big Merry Christmas to Yiz the Unifier, 6 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. And then after her, I believe the great ForNull said that he would also. Dragon Synth Adventures will be on tomorrow. Monday is for the Dragons. And 8:15, I think you had shot at last week, was roughly about the time, Eastern Standard Time. Make sure you're there. I will be in the audience with you all, celebrating, screaming my lungs out for both of these champions, Yiz the Unifier and the great ForNull. We have a financial gift here from Quebec. Quebec is back in the house. Quebec financially gifting $10.80. Thank you so much, good brother. $10.80 from Quebec. God bless you, brother. We also have the great Robert from Down Under. He says, with a financial gift, $2.06 yesterday. God bless you for that, brother. He says, church tithes and kisses. Well, thank you so much. Many, many kisses back, my brother. Many kisses to you and your wonderful family. Thank you for that. And I think we're up to date there. Let's see over here. We have June. $10 financial gift from June. Thank you, June. She writes with those $10. Thank you, Sir Jason, for the immense value you bring to our people and to me. This year, I have experienced growth in my understanding of ways to help myself and our people. Merry Christmas to you, sir. God bless you, June. I really appreciate that. That's beautiful. Thank you so very much. $10 financial gift and that glorious testimonial from a wonderful person. Let me swivel back around to Dubro Moment platform. We have over here, the Irish of the Christ is with us. Financially gifting $5. And let's see what he has to say here. The anti-whites in charge will never allow you to fight back or even defend yourselves or stop waiting for permission. I wrote a great power poster concerning Germany. Hopefully, Yiz will have time Monday to show it. Stay white positive, folks. Keep it Promethean. Salute to this man. Let's get some salutes for the great Irish Christ up there in Canada. He's been in public IRL. He puts together these white positive posters. He posts them. He stands there for a period of time as well, chatting with our brothers and sisters in the once great state of Canada, country of Canada, which is ours. So God bless him for that hard work. IRL. Big salutes to you, Irish of the Christ. IRL. We swash all over the planet in this community. It's wonderful. It's beautiful. Thank you for that. All right. I think that we have everybody who is financially gifted. If we haven't, let me know that I missed you. I want to take a quick look, and the floor is open. You can change the subject. You can talk about something else, but we are going to cover a little bit of PTP and the Mark Dice. The Dice King. Mark Dice. The Dice King. And at least 8 minutes of this epic video that he posted. The man just keeps getting better and better. And you got to love it. I hope he knows that we love him this much. Your Potential to Power, MP's White Noir and Bio Spirit. Page 103, second edition, iteration 2, Go Free Dialogic. Available to you on Amazon, as well as NoWhiteGuiltCollectibles.com. NoWhiteGuiltCollectibles.com. MP infection reduces your potential to power. PTP. MP infection reduces your potential to power. Now, parents, that should suddenly set a bell off in your head. You got kids. You got grandkids. If they're infected with MPs, which happens easily, readily, if they're infected with MPs, that's going to reduce their PTP, which is a reduction of their potentials, physical, mental, and spiritual. Don't you want to intervene? You're not going to be able to tell them about one of our ancient rituals. No maypole is going to help it. You can tell them about these things. You're not going to be able to tell them some historical revisionism. You have to inoculate them against the anti-whiteism. In the simplest terms, your PTP is your ability to attain what you want. More fully, your PTP is the aggregate of your bio-spiritual potential to manifest, attain, and satisfy your desires. So do you see how all-encompassing this is for your life? This is how you begin to grapple with and truly understand how much of your life has been negatively influenced by anti-whiteism. Indeed, what in your life has not been undermined to one degree or another by anti-whiteism? It impinges on everything. Far away, when I say everything, I mean far away from even religio, socio-political subjects, arenas, etc. Everything. One of the exercises that you need to do with yourself is, and you do with your children, your grandchildren, is to recall the aspects of who you are or became, things that you are unable to address, things that you have been able to address, the goals that you set, the goals that were given you, that context of society that undermined everything that you wanted to do. Do you have the money you wanted? I promise you can find anti-whiteism getting in the way of your acquisition of money. Do you have the family you wanted? I promise you can find anti-whiteism getting in the way. Every single thing. The boundaries of your personal abilities are defined by both internal and external factors. Internally, it is your unique bio-spiritual architecture that establishes the limits of your potential. So in other words, people often ask, or they'll have the conversation about IQ. And here I'm talking about processing power, not just memory, and the ability to see that which is not. raw, real intelligence. And they have this false debate. Is it genetic or is it environmental? The equation is very simple, and I've shared it in the past many times over the years, that your intelligence is your raw genetic potential minus your environment. That's your intelligence. So your environment can't make it more, just like your environment can't make you taller, can't make you, etc. These things are limited by the genetics, the biospirit. Of course, in my opinion, because YouTube is listening and they won't and enjoy punishing and victimizing people who say things that they don't like, they don't agree with. That is YouTube. Your natural potential can be limited by external forces. These external forces, specifically meme pathogens, MPs, and our anti-white environment, undermine your natural ability to manifest, attain, and satisfy those desires. The consequence of MP infection is white noir. So people sometimes ask, what's white noir? What is that? What is that in the Go Free dialogic? It is the damage that is done by anti-whiteism, the concepts that you learn and imbibe and become part of you, and also the environment and how it negatively affects you. That injury, physical, mental, spiritual, is white noir. It's a very powerful concept. White noir is the sum of the spiritual, psychological, physiological, spiritual abnormalities that undermine your PTP. So the damage is white noir. And that is a measurement of the undermining of your potential to power. But it's not all negative. It's not all bad. It's not like intelligence, where it is genes minus the environment. In essence, you are an eagle who has had its wings fettered to its side since hatching. You have been made to trudge through the dust with flightless birds, and you haven't the slightest notion that you could soar amid the heavens. But going free breaks your fetters. Your white noir is in the muscles and joints of your wings, weak and frail from disuse. It is also in your mind, the mental barriers that prevent you from realizing your destiny in the heights. Medical science and common sense tell us that destructive beliefs and attitudes, and every MP is destructive for white people, that destructive beliefs and attitudes retard and undermine a person's health, abilities, drive, and resiliency. Such people are at a marked disadvantage in every endeavor. You can even think about your successes and ask, how much further could I have gone? How much better could I have done if it were not for anti-whiteism? Westmen, who are not aware of their white noir, are oblivious to these abnormalities, limiting their PTP and undermining their health. I want you to think about that for a moment. That's really big, because the white race keeps setting new and lower benchmarks for our norm, for who we are. That's why I say that we don't even know today. We have no idea how powerful, how bright, how healthy we can be, how productive we can be. We can't even fathom it, because anti-whiteism creates a new and lower benchmark every so many years for the white race. We used to lead the world, even while still harmed by anti-whiteism, in everything. No more. And where we are today on those charts, it will drop more. What could be doing that? Why is it that the white people today perform worse than the white people yesterday, and the white people tomorrow performing even worse than the white people today? White noir. Anti-white infection. The positive side to this is that knowing this, you have a key to unlocking the true power of our potential, that PTP, for yourselves, children, and future generations, to realize those heights in the heavens. A people that the totality of the world bowed to upon sight. To make matters worse, we live our lives in environments that are increasingly uncomfortable, alien, and hostile to us. Recall our discussion of the biospirit. In simplified terms, a people's biospirit can be thought of as their distinct biological instincts. The more we are white guilted into altering our communities to suit the biospirits, i.e. instincts of non-white peoples, the less our communities reflect our own biospiritual nature. The less our communities reflect our biospirit, the more unfamiliar, unstable, uncomfortable these communities feel, exacerbating the white noir that we are suffering with and lending to it. Oblivious to the white noir limiting your PTP and undermining your health, you are habituated and resigned to humiliation, mediocrity, failure, and disappointment in all areas of life. Ever wonder why the self-help gurus become multimillionaires and produce no successes? It's because the white race is sick, and they know that they are less, that they've accepted that to be mediocrities, and they want to find a way to break out of it. And so they go and they invest, and they go to the conference, and they go to all this self-help crap, which is just repackaged plastic and bright light slogans and myths and etc. from our past. But it doesn't help. Why doesn't it help? Because your baseline isn't zero. Because it doesn't recognize that you're sick with anti-whiteism, that you have white noir, that you've specifically been targeted. You could tell yourself all you want. I can do it, I can do it, I can do it, I can do it in your conscious mind. In your subconscious mind, 95+% of your life is saying you're wrong to do it. It's wrong to do it. And drawing into question whether or not your people ever did it. And therefore you being capable of doing anything, because all the white race did was steal, persecute, and exploit everybody else. Then you begin finding the reasons in that you are not capable, because you, along with the rest of the white race, can't exploit anymore. You're not addressing the cause. Problems in problem solving, coping skills, interpersonal interaction, education, work, romance, parenting, etc. All areas of life. To reap the full benefits of the Go Free dialogic, you must immerse yourself in the AAP, which is just the technical name for going free. Doing so reduces the damaging effects of stress and limiting beliefs in every aspect of your life. The positive here that Köhne in what I just said is that even though we have been grossly limited and undermined by anti-whiteism, every single one of us have, recognizing the concepts that undermine us and then addressing with the tools in Go Free that problem, that disease, that infection, creating the counter trigger enables you down the line from all of the other intermediate thoughts to overcome to some degree, maybe a lot, maybe a little, but to overcome. You can't go to the beliefs that we absorbed at a very young age, that the white race is evil and exploiters, and just say to yourself with your conscious mind, no, it's not. And have that fundamental piece of your identity not influence all of your thinking. And when you are totally unaware to interpret that influence on your brain, on your mind, you're in business, you're struggling, there's a time crunch. One of the problems is because you're a white business owner, you don't get the extra help from the government that they supply to non-white and female business owners. You don't get it. So you have faced with this. You have to rush. Do you have the ability to remember all of these things? Do you have the ability to arduously work through, to persevere in the face of that? The entire time, your identity is saying no. You are from an evil people. You exploited other peoples. You're not from a great people. You're from a thieving, enslaving people. Do you really think that's not going to undermine you without addressing it? You can't just go to a self-help guru and say, oh, give me the 5 steps to a better day, to put a picture up on the wall in the bathroom so you look at it every time you brush your teeth about the 5 precepts of winners. Do you really think? Of course not. That's why they all suck. Yes, I know that with the gurus, they'll always have a person or two or a percentage, 1%, less, 0.5% of all the people paying big money for the books and the programs. They'll bring up on stage and say, look at this great success. That's aleatory. That's chance. Given a pool of people, some of them are going to have good luck. Those are going to be the ones that are going to want the recognition, and the gurus are going to be happy to grab them and say, look at this fool. Did my $2,050 program, and he increased his net worth by $500,000. Don't you think the cost-benefit ratio is good there? Yay! And they all applaud. Well, what happened to the rest of them? You can't overcome the crippling white noir with a positive attitude, okay? So they want to tell you that you are at fault. Your attitude isn't positive enough. You haven't tried hard enough. This is the white cucks out there. They're the big time. You can do anything in this world. And if it didn't happen, it's because you just didn't do it. That is criminal. That is satanic to say to people. It's not because they didn't try hard enough. It's because the deck is set against them. It's because before they even get out into the real world of trying to get a help with the accounting for their business free of charge, like so many other groups get from the government, before even getting there, they have to deal with the poisoned view they have of themselves and their people. And that, my friends, is PTP. The positive side to this is that by addressing the disease inside of us, the anti-white concepts, with the exercises that you learn in Go Free and here with us on Church of the West on Sundays, you can begin to reclaim some of that potential. And it might be a lot. It might be a little at first, or you might be like some, have dramatic changes. But you'll be able to reclaim some of that territory. And won't that feel good to stick it to the anti-white scum? That you will be more of who you were meant to be by way of that magical spirit of the West that they stole from you. You're going to take some measure of it back, and you're going to use it against them and their tools in this world, in your life, in the lives of those around you, in your community, for the white race, and for everyone who lives in Western civilization. I'll have a look to see if any of you have any tags or if I missed any other financial gifts. And we will take a look at the King of the Dice. All right. That's interesting that Mama Duck wrote over on the X platform that she doesn't see anyone chatting in the live chat. It's kind of interesting, isn't it? It's kind of like Yacarino is screwing with my streams on X. It's kind of like that's what's happening. Because when other people stream on X, I always see the live chat. I always see what everybody is writing. So here we have Mama Duck. I guess she left. She showed up. She's like, nobody's talking here. You have tons of comments. But this is potentially a intentional, crafted intentionally to push people off, lead them away. Nothing going on here. No reason to listen and watch. They fall into the white identity category, which is 100% deboosted, undermined in every way. No boosting. If you're against homosexuals, you'll get a boost on X, not on YouTube. If you're against Jews, you get a big boost on X. You want to make fun of transgenders on X? Big boost. But the biggest one is the going after Jews. Bobby Boldley says there has been glitch censoring going on in YouTube chat as well. Yeah, the YouTube is anti-white. It's run, owned, operated, staffed by anti-whites. They monitor your speech constantly. And if you step outside of their speech codes the slightest bit, it strikes, it's take your channel, all your work away, it's take it all away. And of course, their codes are anti-white codes. And then, not only do they not tell people that I'm streaming, because I'm deboosted on YouTube as well, but then they target you all in the live chat to discourage you from participating, to make you feel alone, to make you feel ignored, to make you feel... So keep all that in mind. He says he often reads comments responding to previous comments, which I then can't find. Yeah. And that's the thing is people notice this and they'll switch back and forth between live chat and top chat, and nothing makes it better. So we got to keep pushing. Let's take a look at our man, and I'm still available for tagging me.
Under the guise of various fancy-sounding terms like diversity, equity, and inclusion, DEI, racial bias training, and sensitivity and inclusion seminars, for years now, major corporations have been forcing their employees, and especially new hires, to undergo various classes derived from critical race theory to indoctrinate them about how terrible white people are.
Okay, so yeah, exactly. Like we were talking about obedience training, and I was yelling about that. My voice going from all the yelling. I probably, since there aren't thousands and thousands and thousands, I should probably just like turn the lights down and we should just like have like a little conversation like this. I don't know though, because so much of the stuff makes me so furious. How many 9-year-olds do I need to see get chewed up to hamburger under some anti-white terrorist's car? But what he's talking about right there, you're forced into these anti-white classes, these anti-white obedience training.
How amazing non-whites and LGBTQ people are. The anti-racism grifters, who in reality are just anti-white racists, have been around for a long time, but it became commonplace for major corporations to hire them to teach employees about how white people perpetuate racism simply by existing if they don't constantly prioritize black people's thoughts and feelings, and give them promotions just for being black. White employees.
Now that's another way. Now again, King Dice is going to be able to say some things in his he's got to entertain as well, and he's got to speak to the average person out there, the vague. So he's going to be able to say some things, maybe even have to say some things that you don't want to say. You don't want to be at work and say, why are we always prioritizing blacks? Because focus is in the wrong place. We know Dice is not putting the focus in the wrong place. He's talking to an audience. We want to say, why are we always persecuted? Why are we always discriminated against? Why are we always made to be the losers?
These are put through training where they're told that the United States is a white supremacist system. And if they're white and they don't think that they're racist and part of the problem, that's just more evidence of their internalized racial superiority. Many companies added entire sections on their websites explaining their plans on how they're hiring more people of color in the name.
Okay, so that's obviously one of the super infuriating. In fact, it's the worst psychological abuse that the world has ever known, is for the white race to see and experience the persecution, exploitation, and then have to pretend that the opposite is true. That's the psychological abuse that there is no compare in world history. And you think that's not going to adversely affect you? You think you could just tell your children that this was the original Christmas. Here's, the revisionist history about Christmas. We used to have maypole. Do you think that's going to stop that? That will protect them? No. I love all of that. This is what is going to protect them. And now what he's talking about right now is how the major corporations, I mean, everything down to like almost mom and pop size, mid-level companies, 1 to 500 employees, how they will publicly state that they are increasing diversity. This quarter, this year, we're going to increase diversity by this much percentage, or etc. Increase them in management, increase them in whatever. And what do they mean? white erasure. Always deal with it by calling it what it does to us, victimizes us. It's anti-whiteism. So think about how you have these white cucks out there who refuse to talk about our victimization. They shrug. They act like it's not even happening. Think about the hardcore anti-whites out there who will say, white people aren't being victimized at all, except it's the worst psychological abuse ever witnessed in the world. Having to pretend that we're not being victimized. And then if we're able to push their face down in the shit of the Sierra of that reality, we then have to agree that it's the moral thing to do.
Added entire sections on their websites explaining their plans on how they're hiring more people of color in the name of diversity, equity, and inclusion, despite favoring any particular race in the hiring process being illegal. Leaked documents show that AT&T's diversity, equity, and inclusion training course labels white employees the problem and says that American racism is a uniquely white trait and black people can't be racist. They also encourage them to take the 21-day racial equity habit challenge too.
So this major company, all major companies are doing similar things. White people are the problem. White people are the problem. And if you wonder whether or not the persecution of whites when it comes to employment, for example, in the past was as severe, less severe, more severe, wonder no longer. It was more severe. Imagine a country massively populated by white people, and yet every single non-white person that they could hire, they fired or didn't hire a white person. Every single, so there wasn't even like a question. Imagine that. Imagine how gross the injustice then.
Reflect on their white privilege and be on the lookout for white supremacy, which just means not prioritizing black and brown people. Many major corporations now have an entire department dedicated to diversity, equity, and inclusion, as we all know now, and have titles like head of diversity. And it's their entire job to make sure that fewer white people and heterosexuals are hired to work there. LinkedIn, the employment and business-focused social media platform, started enabling job recruiters to filter their searches for candidates according to race in order to help them find a more diverse group of candidates. It used to be an unwritten rule.
So imagine that. Imagine the anti-whites saying white people aren't being victimized. You hear this all the time from them because they live in that anti-white narrative. No, there's no victimization of white people, except LinkedIn specifically added this racial part to make it easier for employers to not hire white people. You see, that's the right way to say it in your life. To not hire white people so that they know for sure. They're not looking at the name, some HR person trying to say, probably a white guy. Now they'll be able to say, is a white guy, not him.
Rule that job applicants not include their race on their resumes to help avoid racial bias during the hiring process. But now it's encouraged for non-white people to list theirs so that they can be picked as a diversity hire. When the hiring manager of Dropbox, the Google-owned cloud storage service, posted about a new position open for product design in the U.S., she said that applicants from BIPOC, Black, Indigenous, and people of color, and communities, underrepresented minority communities, meaning LGBTQ people, were given priority over all others. Of course, that's a violation of the federal law because a business can't pass up job applicants.
I used to have these arguments with white cucks all the time. I remember this one girl. Oh my God. We started off talking about this. And it was I don't remember exactly how long, but it was a long conversation. She started off by saying, but it's illegal for them to do that. And I was like, I know, but they're doing it. And then I explained how it's anti-white. We go through it. And in the middle, she's like, but it's illegal. And I was like, I know, but they're doing it. We get all the way to the end. And at the very end of the conversation, I decided it was the end. She said, but it's illegal. Like the definition of insanity. Just keep saying, but it's illegal. It's happening.
Simply because of their race. But as usual, systemic anti-whiteism has been ignored.
Oh.
If a hiring manager of any business, whether a Fortune 5...
Systemic anti-whiteism, we love it. We love that. In fact, I might, yeah, as he's talking, I might even be able to find. I love it. Probably easier to look it up on the computer. Where is it in here? Let's continue.
500 company or a small family-owned pizzeria posted that they were prioritizing white applicants, then the Department of Labor would launch an investigation into them immediately and sue them into bankruptcy. But for years, no action was taken when white people or Christians were blatantly discriminated against. YouTube actually got sued in 2018 because of their anti-white hiring policy.
What was I just saying about YouTube? Listening closely. Specifically excluding white people successfully sued.
A recruiter who worked for them for 9 years revealed that the company set quotas for hiring non-white people, and recruiters were told not even to interview applicants who weren't Black, Hispanic, or women. On Valentine's Day that same year, the official...
I see disobedient goy. Excuse me. My voice is wrecked from yelling earlier. Yeah, we call it systemic anti-whiteism, just like King Dice. So if you use... We have a way of referring to this, that if you use their terminology, you legitimize their ideology. So we say that if you use this the concept racist and racism is what defeated the West. Like no bullets, no missiles, it was that concept alone. Winning at every conversation that every person had in their lives. And even back then, when some of our countries were 100% white, it won. So we don't want to legitimize their ideology. So instead, we call it what it does. Victimizes us, therefore it's anti-white, anti-whiteism. So that's just a tip. And that's why King Dice here is using it.
Well, YouTube Twitter account tweeted, "Roses are red, violets are blue. Subscribe to Black creators." YouTube as a company has also been hostile towards Thanksgiving. They posted an animated GIF on Twitter.
I want to throw in so we can think of we can remember the second, third, fourth order effects. It's not just that some white business owner didn't get the promotion that the non-white business owners got through YouTube and all shucks, that's not fair. That white business owner could have gone out of business. What are the ramifications for the family? Had a business that would undoubtedly be less successful than would have been had YouTube brought light to their business. And what did that mean for their lives? What did it mean for the non-white business people who were boosted? We see time and again, a lot of anti-white, non-white rather business owners end up revealing how anti-white they are. They end up giving massive sums of money to anti-white causes. So we got to think about all of these second, third, fourth, fifth order effects of the anti-whiteism. And not just focus on the all shucks of the moment.
1 year, showing a group of Native American girls tipping over a dinner table filled with traditional food in protest of the holiday. They also posted a link to a video by Francesca Ramsey, best known for complaining about white kids wearing certain Halloween costumes. Remember her? Titled 5 Comebacks for Your Racist Relative During the Holidays, because leftists obsess over non-white people who suffer from inferiority complexes. Previous year's tweets have been about...
Now, don't you all... That's going to be something that you might think about picking up. Don't use that. Calling non-whites with inferiority complex. King Dice is speaking to an audience of people that are inside the anti-white narrative. If you say that non-white people suffer from an inferiority complex, your interlocutor will say it's because of you that they suffer an inferiority complex. So I'm telling you to protect you so that you win in these conversations. I need you to win. I need you to be a god or goddess out there. I need you to win.
Helping nonprofit organizations feed homeless people and the needy on Thanksgiving, or Thanksgiving fun facts, but that was before YouTube went full libtard. The company also hosts an annual event exclusively for Black YouTubers to give them extra help to build up their subscribers. Comedian Tyler Fisher was turned down.
Remember a couple of years ago, there was that huge YouTube. It was all kind of advertising, and they're like, we're pushing the all non-whites, homosexuals, transgenders, they named them all. We're pushing all. So obviously white guys, not so much, especially white guys who can be categorized as white identity and then therefore deboost.
Down by Hollywood agents because he's white. So he sued for discrimination, and the talent agency quickly offered him a settlement, which he refused, saying he wanted the case to go to court, most likely because a settlement would mean that he would have to sign a non-disclosure agreement, preventing him from ever talking about what happened to him again. Responding to a headline in the New York Post that said he claimed the agent turned him down because he's white, Fisher said that the entire conversation is on tape because he recorded it, and said that he's not going to stand by and allow people to discriminate against him because he's white, adding, "There's no such thing as reverse discrimination. There's one kind, and everyone is protected under the law against it." He also said that tons of people in the industry had reached out to him privately, telling him the same thing happened to them, but they were afraid to speak about it publicly. It's not just major corporations, Hollywood talent agencies, and big tech social media platforms.
Why are they afraid to speak out about the discrimination based on their race? For the exact same reason that conservatives will redirect you from seeing that the white race is being victimized to an abstraction because of the anti-white moral imperative, the social morality of the West. That's why. It's the same reason why you're seeing this race hoax rather than hate hoax.
But many cities are also indoctrinating their employees with anti-whiteism. In recent years, such training programs became mandated across the country for elected officials and their staff. Many police departments and fire departments started requiring such indoctrination as well. These race and social justice initiatives teach the same nonsense, that white staffers are responsible for racism and are oppressors of non-whites. A teachers union in Minneapolis announced that they plan to lay off white teachers first if they have to make budget cuts, regardless of seniority, explaining in Orwellian language, if accessing, meaning laying off a teacher, who is a member of a population underrepresented among licensed teachers in the site, the school, the district shall access the next least senior teacher who is not a member of an underrepresented population.
Look at this twisting of our language to arrive at a moral act. Why would they do this? That's what you have to ask yourself. Because holding the moral high ground wins the conversation in all spheres. That's why we developed the Go Free dialogic, holding the moral high ground, forcing them to reveal what they're doing. You look at this tortured thing that they have to do to the language. Could you imagine on the anti-white side, them the kind of idiots that I have to face over here where they're like, no, just say. Could you imagine? Look at how important it is that they are this far along with their anti-whiteism, that they would absolutely put the language on a Procrustean table and twist it and break it into knots in order to hold a moral high ground, where all that they're saying in the final analysis is fire the white people. Unfortunately, the anti-whites know how to listen to their most intelligent members. The white race does not.
They always try to mask their agenda by using code words. Excess means to lay off, and underrepresented means if they're not white, they'll be passed over, and the white teachers will be laid off instead. Again, all of this is illegal and violates long-standing anti-discrimination laws. And the fact that such blatant racial discrimination would be adopted by so many organizations is shocking. But perhaps even more disturbing is the lack of legal consequences for their actions. The Department of Labor and the Justice Department under the Biden administration just didn't enforce anti-discrimination laws when the discrimination was against white people. But things, they are a-changing, which I'll get into in a moment. Subscribe to my channel if you're new here, by the way, because you're not going to get unvarnished content and analysis like this anywhere else. Uber's head of diversity, an Asian woman, was suspended after she held an event where she tried to encourage employees, black employees, to stop calling their white coworkers Karens, which has become an anti-white slur that black people like to use against white women who they view as being entitled or bossy because of their...
I love so much that King Dice says it's an anti-white slur. Oh, Karen, absolutely. We don't use that.
White privilege. And some people think that it's not a racial slur because everybody thinks that anybody can be a Karen, but black people use it as a racial slur. But the black employees at Uber felt like they were being lectured and scolded, so they accused the executive of being racist against them. Many black people feel so entitled these days in America that when a company executive tries nicely to get them to stop being...
So this is a great example. She's non-white and she's being called racist. She could also be called, and we've seen it forever and ever, white supremacist, bigoted, everything. What are all these words then? They are synonyms for the evil white race. If you are not moral and harming white people, then you are immoral and you are just one of them. You see how that works? You're welcome, America. You're welcome, Europe. You're welcome, Australia. You're welcome, Canada. You're welcome. You're welcome. You're welcome.
Being racist against white people, they view that as racist. James O'Keefe's undercover investigation into Disney revealed.
All right, we'll pick it up there. That's about halfway through. Maybe on, probably not this Wednesday, but that is indeed Christmas Day. And there is a slim chance I will show up Wednesday night for a roll-in. Maybe, but maybe if not Wednesday, then maybe Thursday. Just keep an eye out. Follow me across all of the different platforms that I'm on. You can find it at nowhiteguilt.org. We're at the end of the year. If you want to donate a 501c3, the foundation for whitewellbeing.org or .com, indicate yours truly as the source of those funds. It's an opportunity to reduce your taxable income footprint. Otherwise, a glorious week, as always, for White Wellbeing. Successes galore. We have to keep pushing. We have to recognize the lay of the land changing a little bit now that Trump and his multiracial, mostly female cabinet and staff, administration, I guess, more broadly, are going to be very cuck-servative, and we're going to be dealing with a lot more cucks out there. And we've got to be really willing and ready and able to make fun of them and to point people in the right direction. They lend themselves to being mocked anyhow, so we might as well. But a big, big, big Merry Christmas to you, good Yule, to you and your families. And I want you to have a great time when you get together at Christmas. Absolutely, or Yule, winter solstice, whatever it is that you're going to be celebrating with friends and family. Do not shy away from being the moral champion for white well-being. Don't shy away from it. You can not have a great big argument with people. You don't need to make it a spectacle. You don't have to, ruin things. Don't shy away from being the moral actor. If you have to, if somebody's anti-white in the family or friends that are present, you can say to them, look, that position is anti-white. And if they want to go on, they want to get loud, they just it's anti-white. I don't want to talk about it. It's anti-white. Don't ruin today with the anti-whiteism. Don't ruin today with the it's immoral. I don't agree with that. That is how you can handle it. But don't shy away. This cuck notion, this white cuck notion of no politics, no religion, got us here. Got us to the point where our brothers and sisters and children are being run over and turned into hamburger by a psychotic anti-white. It got us to this point. It got us to the point I didn't even show you things with another teacher, another white female teacher having sexual relations with a 15-year-old pretty boy. It got us to another one I didn't show you. One of these trans celebration, and it was all ages drag show. And the reporter goes in there to get video of it, and the police arrest him. So much more is happening because of this mindset. Live and let live. Let's not fight over it. No politics and religion. That's how we got here. Big part of how we got here. Be the moral agent. Be the moral actor. The path to victory is not a hero hope. There isn't a person that's going to stand up and fix it all, or that can even begin to approximate correcting where we are. The great Sloth saying, no politics, no religion, just cowardice and inability to argue. Precisely. Stop hero hoping. Nobody's going to save us. Stop believing the asininity that you're going to be able to convince the population to hate another group of mankind, and then you don't know how, but somehow everything will get better. The United States, Canada, the West, it wasn't defeated with bullets and tanks and missiles. It wasn't defeated by bayonets in your mouth. It was defeated at the Christmas dinner table, at the Christmas party at work, in the conversations that every single person had, which brings us all the way back to the beginning of the gathering tonight, Church of the West. You cannot hide your power level. If you have something so objectionable to say because you're playing the villain or you're imitating some content creator that plays the villain, that your life will be ruined. You're doing the wrong thing. There's no time. There'll be not enough millionaires in the future or enough millionaires in the future. There's no time for that. We have to win every single one of these conversations. Sometimes that means that we make the anti-white and whoever else is present realize that they're immoral and anti-white and you don't want anything more to do with the conversation. Sometimes it means that you're going to be convincing them. You're going to be bringing them over. You're going to be making them doubt their anti-white positions, doubting the morality of anti-whiteism. It'll have various outcomes. So we need to be outcome flexible when we go into these, what are indeed the Flanders, what are indeed the Gettysburgs of the fight for our people and the West. Be a hero in that story, and I'll be looking for you there. Merry Christmas, good Yule. Let's go free.